Good morning, traders. Happy Friday and welcome to MyFundedFutures and MyFundedTV. I am Terry Trades and we have our expert trader, Tom Sabo. Hi, Tom.
Hey, good morning, Terry. It's so good that it's Friday. We can do whatever we want, right? So good morning, everybody. Good morning. A special hello to Abhishek and Magnus. Thank you so much for helping us out. And Trevor in the backstage and Aaron and everybody at MyFundedTV and everyone, and especially you, Terry. How is the morning so far?
It's going. It is fantastic. I am so excited about the rapid accounts, the promo, which I'll go over in a little bit. How's your morning going, Tom?
Everything is great. We had a great London session, by the way. I mean, we actually did an experiment. We scalped on the 5-second chart. That was absolutely crazy, but it worked out actually. So I will talk about it later. But yeah, London session was, that was really, really good. And so far, yeah, we're going to talk about the chart later, but it's a decent price section, right?
All right, let's go. Let's get started. I can share the schedule with us.
Let's see.
So today is Friday and you're watching Terry and Tom on the morning push. At 10 to 10:30, you have PineTreeTrader. At 10:30 to 11:30, you have Mr. Zinc. 11:30 to 12:30, you have Bull, Barbie, and Methodical Man. At 12:30 to 1:30, you have Matt Cohort. And that is the schedule for our amazing, fantastic Friday.
Thank you, Terry. Well, there's a lot to talk about, a lot to do today. Let me show you guys the chart of what happened so far. I'll try to keep it as simple as possible. But the thing is, during the London session, there was a 15-minute demand zone down there at 24,434. So actually, the market just kept going lower and lower. And what I did enter a short position around 3 a.m. Eastern Standard. So we went down to that level. And then, during this drop from around this area, from around that 570-ish level, which was kind of a consolidation here. So after 2 a.m., it was dropping. During the drop, it created two zones, a 1-minute supply zone and another 1 minute and the 2-minute supply zone up there. So as price were going up higher, it actually created some opportunities. But the thing is, and I'm not going to go to the 5-second charts, don't worry guys, but I was actually surprised that there was some small minor, like really, but like absolutely good looking and absolutely picture perfect supply zones in this congestion area down here. So anyway, we scalped it a little bit and it was fun, and it's just good to see that the market was going higher here. We had some 1-minute supply zone, 2-minute supply zone being tagged, and yeah, it seems like it's just unstoppable. Since the London low, we actually went higher 330 points. Now let me just zoom out here on the 5-minute chart. There is a 5-minute supply zone still at 775 and the 15-minute zone up there at 861. Now I know some of you guys are trading ICT concepts or smart money. I know that the TGIF concept, thank God it's Friday situation could be presented here, which I think that would be like sweeping liquidity on, for example, here on the lows as much as possible and then just skyrocket higher. I believe in this case, we might see that. Anyway, the 5-minute zone here at 775, in my book, it's absolutely picture perfect. But, question is, besides that, if we're going to get there, how we're going to get there. So first, we might just going to, go lower, maybe even tag the VWAP and then try to go higher. Overall, I would be looking for the scenario of ending the day bullish. So hopefully, if not soon, then maybe later, going up for the 775. But let's see what's happening on gold. There was a 5-minute supply zone here, which just got tagged a little bit before 8 a.m. here. I wasn't even aware of this, but anyway, a very strong push here on gold. The zone got terminated completely, and let's see what else is here. Nothing. That makes it simple. As I said, nowadays I'm a little bit disappointed in gold. I really want to have some good trades, but in this scenario I have nothing. Really no supply zone here that I can go for. Yes, we have some impulse moves to the downside, and we can use those levels for some level of liquidity. Actually, there's one more here. So if you guys are looking for more push here on gold, oops, just give me a second here. There is a level at 5134.5. That is actually a 15. And how did I not see this? Anyway, that's a 15-minute level right here. So I believe that after this strong push on gold, like at least that would be like finishing the job would be to tag 5134.5 on the micro. So that would be great to see. You know what? Actually, this looks absolutely great. Maybe it would be a good idea to jump into a long, but we are consolidating on the 1 minute here. Gold is tricky, more trickier than NQ, I think, and so we can still go lower, sweep some lows. Keep in mind the 5134.5 level. I think we can see a push today as well on gold. And as for ES, not much. The same thing, pushing higher back to this consolidation range here on the 5 minute. I did not mark up any zones here, but I do see that we have the same kind of supply zone which we have on NQ, starting from 67.47-ish area. So yeah, maybe that would be interesting to see if ES tries to go for it. 6700 is holding so far. I think the 6700 is kind of a good psychological number here. And you know, I'm not trading support and resistance, but like this level here, this whole area here is a congestion area. It seems like the market is respecting this level and might be pushing higher, which would be good for the NQ longs as well. So anyway, this is what I will be looking for. I like the levels to go higher, 775. Be careful if it sweeps the low. I think we can expect a quick drop below 600 because there's a nice fair value gap on the 5 minute there. There's a VWAP. So, you know, being reactive as always. But that's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you, Tom. I love it. Every time you say VWAP.
VWAP, yes, the VWAP is our specialty. Is VWAP here?
Yes, the VWAP is here. I see him in chat.
All right. Yeah, you're welcome.
Thank you. Yes, I can go over the news real quick. So at 8:30 Eastern Standard Time, some important news did come out. The core PCE came in as expected at 0.4%. The prelim GDP quarter over quarter came in high or a little lower than expected, not a little lower, quite a bit, at 0.7%. What was expected was 1.4%. So that is important. We have core durable goods orders month over month came in at 0.4. The forecast was 0.5. Prelim GDP price index came in a little higher at 3.8% versus the forecast at 3.6%. Personal spending came in also a little bit higher at 0.4%. Forecast was 0.3%. So we do have more news coming in about 40 minutes here. We have the JOLTS job openings at 10 a.m. Eastern Standard Time. Prelim U of M consumer sentiment, prelim U of M inflation expectations. So we have things that are moving the markets, and of course the Middle East war headlines that is constantly moving the markets now too. So a lot to be aware of.
Exactly. There's lots of things happening, and you know, just a quick peek on crude again. Now that we're seeing the situation escalating in the past few days. Okay, we're still below the $100 per barrel price. We talked about this yesterday. it seems like more and more countries are releasing their supplies of crude. So as demand is, will be surging. We're still in a deficit of like daily 15 million barrels of crude. So that could cause some trouble. Not today, maybe, but experts are saying in about 60 to 90 days, that would be some issues. I actually read some articles about it today as well. The problem is that it takes at least 6 months, maybe until a year, but at least 6 months, the experts are saying, to repair those refineries and to, stock up the reserves. So actually it takes some time, and the problem is that the supplies could be running out by then. So even if the war would be ending today and some peace or deal would be done, the time frame could be critical. As I said, not today, but in like 3 months we could reach some critical levels here. I would be careful of shorting crude. Yeah, maybe like intraday there could be some spikes down, but like overall, be careful with the shorts. It could be slowly grinding higher. And so, yeah. And by the way, speaking of news, because we're having the JOLTS job openings later, and we have the University of Michigan sentiment, it kind of changes the plan here. So we might gonna be seeing some sideways action until hold on, yeah, until that's gonna be 10, right? 10 a.m. Eastern Standard. Yes, so we might gonna see some sideways action until 10 a.m. Who knows? So be careful. We've seen that many times. Not that because maybe the market's just waiting to make, the big players waiting to make their big move after 10. They just want to be clear about those numbers. But so far, these numbers like the GDP, the core durable goods, and all the others, like, not bad news, but I wouldn't say like all the greatest news out there. So I would say a little bit mixed data. Not particularly bad, but not such an outstanding numbers here. So that's why I think market could be going sideways until 10. So careful with the risk, everybody.
Okay, thank you, Tom. I did see a headline that I wanted to share. So Trump administration releases 172 million barrels of oil from strategic reserves as Iran war causes soaring prices. This is from CBS News headline. So yeah, there's just a lot happening with the war, with oil. As Tom said, be careful.
Yeah, I used the
Exactly.
I used the wrong word. Yeah, from strategic reserves. Sorry, I wasn't expressing myself correctly. But they are releasing strategic reserves, and more countries are going to do that. So it's actually it's like more into the headlines, like on a daily basis. Like everybody is going to do that, and this is going to escalate in about 60 to 90 days. So hopefully it's not going to be like in the movie Mad Max or something, but we will survive.
Yes, we will survive. Exactly. That's such a good reminder. I feel like for long-term investing, when I look back in the past, like every time there's been a major market panic, it turned out to be such a great buying opportunity, like looking back on hindsight, right? But at the time, it's like, oh my gosh, the sky is falling. The world is coming to an end, and then fast forward 5-10 years later, people are like, oh man, I wish I bought more, or yeah.
Oh, yeah, definitely. Well, I do know a couple of people who were actually like waiting for example, they were buying silver over the past few years and like, oh, they're going to wait for the perfect moment. And now that they wanted to sell it, they just dumped back to the same levels and like, oh, no, like they were not really following up, I guess, on a daily basis. But like, even if you're holding some assets, you gotta be updated, like not like maybe every day, but like at least once a week about what's happening in the markets.
Thanks, Tom. I can go over the promos. The promo that I'm so excited about.
Let's see. Yay! Oh yeah, we love this, guys. We love this. $97 for the rapid plan. Oh my gosh.
Such a good deal. You save $60. $60 on an account that gives you, once you pass, it gives you $2,000 worth of drawdown. So you pay $97 for the rapid plan using code YouTube. This is the daily payout plan. If you love daily payouts, if you like rapid, you like fast, this is the account for you. It's also a 90-10 split. So you get to keep 90% of all the profits that you make in sim funded past that minimum withdrawal of $500. And then it's up to $10,000 you can withdraw on every request. And then I did see in the Discord that one of the mods said that there's no cap to it. That keep in mind that in sim funded that we can as traders each withdraw up to $100,000 from MyFundedFutures. But like, to me, that's so amazing that you can pay $97 for daily payouts, for 90-10 split, for up to $100,000 in sim funded. So it's quite incredible.
It is incredible, and not many prop firms out there, having all this huge. I mean, this kind of amount of money that you can pull out from a simulated account. So I would say obviously use the opportunity, especially if you're trading with up to 550K accounts. I'm not saying that you should start with copy trading, but imagine the leverage that you can have with 5 of those accounts. And by the way, please keep this as a secret. But I must say that on the rapid plan, if you need to reset, there's a 30% off on the reset as well. I know because I tried it yesterday.
Oh my God. Awesome. Thank you for sharing that, Tom.
Absolutely. So don't tell this I needed to reset, but I can tell you it was 30% off on the reset. So it's even cheaper to reset than the old price. I mean, the regular price of the rapid plan, right?
Yes, and always using code YouTube. Every time you use code YouTube for the best discounts with MyFundedFutures, it does help to support our channel. It helps us grow, add more traders, add more fun programming, more producers, just to make the show even more awesome. So thank you so much, all of you, for using code YouTube.
Thank you, everybody. That does support the channel and help us getting bigger, better. And speaking of that, Terry, I think we always need to say that we are looking for new sidekicks here at MyFundedTV, and we're looking for traders who would like to share their journey. Even if you're just reaching your first payout ever and you have an interesting story to share, please do apply for our form. The mods are going to be pasting that form into the chat soon, and please do apply because we want to hear your story. Or maybe if you're on social media, you don't even have to have like a big following. If you have the energy, if you have the guts, if you have what it takes, and if you want to be part of a great team, we're always looking to expand. And please apply because we're looking for new talents, new energy. So make sure to apply.
We're looking for more people to join the party.
Oh, exactly. We want to have a big party here, and MyFundedTV has big plans for this year and next year as well, and for the next 20 years at least. So the thing is, we are looking for everybody who is interested to join us. And of course, even if you just have a cool story to share, please let us know because we want to know more about you guys.
Yes, I do see that Abhishek just dropped the form in chat. So if you'd like to apply, definitely check out that form. I did see a question, Tom, in chat. Someone asked, how many sim funded accounts can we have?
Yes, so we can have up to 5 sim funded accounts from the 50K accounts. All right. So as long as it's 50K, you can have up to 5. The 150K, for example, pro accounts, you can have up to 3 sim funded accounts from the pro. I think the same goes for the 150K rapid as well. Or is it the flex? I think rapid has the 150K. So if it's 150K, up to 3. All right. But if it's 50Ks, then you can have up to 5.
Yeah. Speaking of 5, let's check on the leaders on the MyFundedFutures leaderboard. So you can look at this leaderboard anytime you wish. It is part of our dashboard now, which is really fun. So we've been following Sam. Sam is at $80,000, more than $80,000 in 150K account.
I mean, I think yesterday he was at 68, right?
I think so. Yeah.
Yeah.
So it looks like he added profits. He did drop down to second place. He was in first place. So Ness has taken over first place at $84,900. Congratulations.
Wow. That is amazing. If anyone knows the how to contact these guys, let us know. We're going to call them up live here because this is amazing. Like since yesterday, they were absolutely pushing it to the top. And I'm guessing like as close as they get to that profit level, they should be getting that withdrawal because they're maxing out their sim funded withdrawal there, right?
Right, exactly. I think Rye too. Rye has 5 of these 50K accounts. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And this person has over 22,000 in each one. So they've definitely maxed out. Congratulations to you, Rye. I would imagine that soon the team will be reaching out to Rye. That's so amazing.
That is amazing.
Yeah, it's really fun also to see like all the different countries that are represented on this leaderboard because we have traders from all over the world, which makes MyFundedFutures so exciting to be a part of. We are international. I'm in the US. Tom is in Hungary. How cool is that?
Yeah, I'm a hungry Hungarian, guys, but hey, you know, we can. This is the beauty of this. Like, I think we should be like, we are all blessed because we are actually spoon fed. I said this many times. Like, all the conditions that we have here, especially at MyFundedFutures, like everything, we only need to focus on trading. Like, I wish I would had this when I was in my 20s. Oh my gosh! First I saw trading. That was in 2007, and nothing like prop firms or all these platforms and the data and social media. There was nothing back there. Obviously, I was not really into trading, but you know, I wish I would had all this information that you guys have today. Oh my God, this is amazing.
Everyone's telling us that they're hungry, Tom.
I know, guys. I trust me. I know how it is because this week I started fasting. I'm going to talk about that later. But it's really cool because I lost 4.4 pounds in 1 week as I was fasting, guys. This is amazing.
That's a lot.
That's a lot.
I was looking at your channel, Tom, and in your description, it says like about trading and money, but also about health. So I was like, oh, that's really cool. That's part of your channel description.
I want to get some more content on my channel about not just vlogging, but about how to get a little bit healthier. Actually, I do want to change my lifestyle, like or what I eat, or how much I spend time in the gym, or you know, just taking care of my health more. And I think it's just super important, especially with trading, because the healthier you get, the healthier you eat, you know, and obviously it's, you know, sleeping is part of the equation as well, and all the other things. It's definitely going to have a positive effect on your trading. So I think like these things go hand in hand, and this is why it's so great.
Yes, it is great. How are we doing on likes this morning?
Oh yeah, we're gonna check the numbers, guys. So last few seconds until I do the refresh on the page here. So let's see. We are having 113 likes. Thank you so much, everybody. I love it when we start the show and we're already above 100. That is amazing. Thank you so much. We're having 365 viewers. Thank you. Super great. This is what we love. And of course, we are not forgetting you guys on X who's watching us. Please just hop over to YouTube land and smash the like, subscribe to the channel if you haven't already. I'm happy to see that we just passed 60K not too long ago. I think maybe last week or something, but like, it's just great to see that we're, you know, gained 600 subscribers, more than 600 actually. And as I said, it's a nice linear growth in subscribers. Amazing. As soon as we reach 70K, there's going to be a huge party. It's not just about dancing because I'm going to do that, but I promise you guys, I will definitely ask Luke to give us even a bigger giveaway than last time because he was super generous, but I'm going to get something more. So this is great. Thank you so much for supporting the channel.
Yeah, thank you so much. It'd be awesome if we can get to 200 before we're done. Right?
Make sure.
Friday, we can do it. Happy Friday. Rocky Mountain Trader says, happy Friday. I saw that Sean is in the house from Sound Performance Psychology.
Gosh.
Corey is in the house.
Corey here, and Sean. I forgot to say hello to Sean. Oh my, there's a form, everybody. There's a form. There's the giveaway form. Quickly, gotta be quick. You know, that's the drill.
Gotta be
React.
quick.
Gotta be quick.
And you do have to be present to win.
Yes, you gotta be here to win the prize if you win. And let me just say hello to Corey again and to Sean. I forgot to say hello. I did see his comment, but I started to talk about something. But welcome, guys. It's so good to see the regulars in the chat as well. Of course, the new people too. So make sure to tune with us every day.
Yes.
Let's see. I'm kind of watching the screens here. Okay, less than 4 minutes to go. The market is consolidating here. I don't know.
Lots of headline risks. I believe that candle, the 8:45 Eastern Standard Time candle, I think that was related to headline.
Yes. Yeah, at 45, that was something there. I haven't checked the news. I
do see at 8:45 Eastern Standard Time, France and Italy open talks with Iran in hopes of securing safe Hormuz passage. So that could be it. Let's see.
Yeah, I saw that. Yeah. France. Yeah,
at 8:04, Saudi Arabia cuts oil output by at least 2 million BPD to around 8 million BPD.
So it seems like that in this example, France and Italy trying to make a deal on their own to go ahead and, you know, just they already, I guess they're already seeing what's about to come in about 60 to 90 days. So they're willing to make a trade deal with Iran. Interesting.
Yeah. I did see a headline that NATO intercepted a missile going to Turkey. There's just a lot happening. Sometimes we see headlines where it sounds like things are de-escalating, and then we see other headlines where it sounds like things are escalating.
Yeah, it's definitely there's some turmoil here. The thing is that you know, when the NATO has to step in, especially, you know, I mean, this is not the first time there was a rocket launched against or towards Turkey, and like this is like not really good, especially when the NATO has to step in, and you know that's just not good. It's just, you know, it's poking the fire or something. It's never good. It's very dangerous, like sitting on a powder keg, you know. It's not good.
Yeah, I did see that Trump was speaking this morning, and I saw this headline. I was like, I wonder if the market's going to react to it. And it basically said, let me see if I can find it. Trump said that Russia is helping Iran a little. And I was like, oh, because that, to me, when I saw that headline, I'm like, oh my gosh, that's like the war is escalating as far as bringing in more countries, and the thought of a world war is very scary.
It is. And you know, my only hope is that the world will soon realize, every country, is that we are heading, hopefully not, but we could be heading towards an energy crisis here, and they just need to realize that there has to be a deal done in the near future, maybe not next week, but really like in the next couple of months, because this is just going to be like very bad. Yesterday we said, like, maybe not today, but you know, in a couple of weeks even, we could see prices even, you know, in the local grocery store going higher, you know, and that's when everybody's gonna freak out, you know.
Yeah, speaking of freaking out, 10 seconds until the market is going to open. Good luck, everyone.
Good luck.
I did see the poll that MyFundedFutures dropped. Most people think we're going to go higher before we go lower.
Let's see. The market is open for business, everybody, and I'm a little bit interested. Let's see. We're pushing higher here a little bit. It could be just a liquidity sweep, so there's nothing against the scenario of dropping lower. There's nothing on the 15. Oh yeah, I still have the 15-second chart here. There's nothing here. We're still in the same spot. So as long as we're staying in this consolidation is good. Now we do have that candle at 8:45, which we talked it could be a headline. I think that was the headline from France. I think the market might want to sweep that high at 7:34. I'm a little bit bullish, to be honest. I'm a little bit bullish, guys. So we'll see.
We'll see.
We'll see. Actually, I want to jump in. Can I jump in?
You can do anything, Tom. It's Friday.
It's Friday. I want to jump in. I don't know if I should. It's a little bit scary, though. It's a little bit scary. I'm expecting. So we are having the 10 a.m. news, and
yeah,
I feel like that the market might just gonna wait. As we talked about, might just gonna go sideways. Let me put a marker here at 10 a.m. Okay, so that's not far, but yeah, let me go down to the 1 minute chart here. So in this case, if the market is waiting for those numbers still, it can do like a liquidity sweep lower, like even down to the weave up, and then who knows, like sweeping both sides.
I like it. I'm gonna hop in short.
You hopped into a short, right?
I did. Tom and I have been on opposite sides of the trades like all week, I swear. I'm hopping into a short, looking for the VWAP, also looking for the midnight opening price. We'll see. Yesterday, I did take a loss on the first one, and then the second time I tried again, and it was a winner, which is what happened the day before. So yeah, sometimes the first shot just doesn't quite hit the mark.
Yeah, it happens, and you got to accept it. And in this case, in this case, just I mean, this is why I keep the 15-second chart open, and I zoom in on this small screen. Here's a small tab here. You guys can see that price is just congested into this small area. It's like NQ is getting unplugged, and that's why I'm a little bit like, but it looks more bearish maybe at this point. I mean, it would make more sense if it would just drop lower than the midnight level and maybe lower down to the weave up. And just, you know, because let's assume that the market is going to be bullish in the big picture. In the for that, it needs to pick up more orders. And this is just my personal opinion. Obviously, you guys could, I mean, maybe I'm talking out stupid things, but this is how I would read my own narrative. Like, okay, if we want to go higher, we might need to sweep some lower levels and then push it higher. So, but
I like that. I like your narrative for my short. It's underwater right now.
Oh no! It's the market makers, guys.
It is. Your 15-second chart is. I'm loving this, especially for the open, because you're seeing the immediate price action.
Yeah, I mean, it gives you kind of an extra confluence, like how the candles are printing, what's it trying to do. You kind of seeing more wicks or up close candles, down close candles. In this case, you know, on the 1 minute, well, I don't know, it looks like a bearish pin bar on the 1 minute, but you know, if I switch to the 5 minute on the big chart here, and looking at that 8:45 candle, it's like it kind of reminds me of that Wickfield situation. Like there are stops above there. They are trying to push the market down, but maybe the bulls are going to be stronger and they're going to quickly push it higher. I really don't want that for your trade. I want your trade to go down there and just hit the TP, and that would be great. But usually when I see these bearish or bullish pin bars around the open or before the market open, that sometimes scares me a little bit. Like, okay, maybe the market wants to push, especially if it's a headline. It could be a news release or some headline, yeah.
Oh, I feel nervous now.
No, this is how I manipulate Terry.
I know. Yesterday and the day before, like, I would be in a trade, and Tom, you're like, I'm gonna go the opposite direction. No.
Oh my gosh.
No, it's good.
It's good.
I think it's good because on one of the days we both won.
Yes.
So
yes.
Depending on the time frame, the sizing, all of it. Yeah. We can both win.
Yeah.
And I think it's probably fun for the viewers to see us on opposite sides, Tom. Watch us
Yeah,
battle it out.
I think that would be interesting to continue this battle, you know, throughout the week or the month next week. I mean, but yeah, I'll look at that. It's going down nicely. Beautiful. We're down to midnight level. Weave up is close. I feel like we can hit the weave up there. Let me look for some level. Okay, so the good news is, how did I not see this? I didn't see this, but actually there is a 15-minute demand zone, which is really good for your short. I think it should be hitting that. It's at 589. Okay, I think it could be hitting that. I'm a little bit, I'm excited. Maybe I'm going to jump into a short here. I don't know.
Yeah, I think there could still be room. There's about 62, 61 points until we get to unchanged. Unchanged is yesterday's closing price during New York. I do like all of that. And when I zoom out, I like all of this consolidation that it's right above us. It's like really heavy, right? It's like pushing us down.
I'm actually really thinking, I mean, we are so close to that, and I'm referring to the 615 and 630 candles here. So what I might do is maybe I can put in like a trade, a limit order, just to see if it takes it or not. So I'm going to put in a limit short at 633. Okay, it didn't tag it. Okay, no problem. And I'm curious if it's gonna go. Okay, I got tagged into a short.
Nice.
I got tagged into a short. I'm gonna use this 1 minute fair value gap as a possible resistance area. Maybe. Okay, it's not resisting so far. It went through. This is the so-called first fair value gap for ICT traders. So closing above this gap is not something I like. But you know, if we reverse, I might gonna also reverse my position, because why not? We'll see.
The battle continues.
Maybe I don't know.
Tom wants to win back his money from the debates.
I want it back.
Wants it back.
Yeah.
So the 5-minute orb people did get tagged in on the short side. It'll be interesting to see if they are going to lose the 1-to-1. If they do, I don't like that for my short.
Wow, this is really interesting. This is really interesting. Let's see how it's going to react for this first presentation gap here on the 1 minute. I'm gonna zoom in on the 1 minute now, and I'm gonna put a marker here on the top of the news candle there. Okay, it picked it up. I might going to reverse this, Terry. I might do it. All right, I'm reversing the trade. Heavy. 6 micro reversing.
Whoa.
6 micro reversing, because I think it might want to, come on, just spike higher. I think it might want to spike higher. Come on, go for it. Just a little bit more.
It's pushing.
Just not going for it. I might need to take off some of it.
Oh, it's pushing. It's still pushing. Yeah, MyFundedFutures says 50%. Laughing.
Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. I'm a little nervous here. All right, I took off half of the position. The other half, I'm going to leave it on until 94.75. It's still good. You know what? What I'm going to do, I'm going to take off. Actually, I'm going to take off 2 micros, and I left 1 micro. So I'm actually going to put a TP to 730 if there's going to be a runner here. And I made profit on this one. So all over the, yeah, let's see how much.
Let's go. W's for Tom.
But I need to, yeah, it's not over yet. I'm going to put my stop, I think, somewhere to 635. And I'm going to hold this trade until 729, because I think it wants to get that, that news candle there. I think. I mean, the news candle high. So I do see a potential buy side liquidity at 735. So let's see. If it's going down, I'm perfectly good.
Okay.
I'm okay. Yeah.
Oh, I do see some no prints up at 24,736. You guys will have to ask PineTreeTrader about that, about the no prints. Have you heard about the no prints, Tom?
I heard about it, but I haven't really studied it. So I mean, I can't say anything about it really, but if you have some extra info, let us know.
Yeah. So if you scroll on your DOM, if you scroll up to 24,736 and 0.75, 24,736.50, and then also at 24,736.25, there aren't any executions there.
Wow.
So price moved, it was moving so fast, it skipped those three prices, and the market loves to like go in and refill those. Please do ask PineTreeTrader about that. He'll be on in about 20 minutes. It is one of his strategies that he uses for glowback. So I'm wondering if the market's going to want to go up there to fill in those prices. It's like an inefficiency in the market, right? Like,
yeah.
Which is looking really good for your long, Tom. Terrible for my short.
Well, we'll see what happens here because again, this is like a little bit interesting situation.
Yeah.
Wow, what is going on?
So the 5-minute order people did lose if you're going for a 1-to-1. You made money if you scalped. Okay, here we go. Market is looking like it wants to test those high. ES is also, wow, ES is right at the highs, the overnight highs, up by 0.69% in the green. YM is also flirting with the highs. It actually, I think, made new highs. It's green by 0.8%. So very bullish across the board.
Wow. This is really, really interesting. I was like, okay, almost at the TP there, 729. Interesting. Uh-oh. I think it wants to take that. I think, okay, I hit the TP.
Hey!
TP hit, but yeah, it was 1 micro. I made a little bit over $120 something, including I recovered from the loss from the earlier trade. But yeah, I still hope for Terry that this is gonna drop down, because it could be just, you know, spiking higher, taking out this high, and then just takes the elevator down. So
it could be. It's possible.
It's possible, but
it's not looking good. Still, isn't Tom so nice? Tom, you're so nice.
No, the thing is, I mean, it really is possible, not just because we have some demand zones down there, and the reason, by the way, guys, and part of the reason, oh my gosh,
I'm tagged out. Okay, so it did fill those empty prints. It filled them.
Nice. Okay.
Doubled it up. Sadly.
So 775 is the picture perfect 5-minute zone, by the way. So 775. I'm a little bit eager to jump into another trade here, because it seems like it's just pushing higher and it's just gonna smash through 775 here. But I'm just actually happy that I made a couple of bucks on this one, and I'm not really sure if I want to do anything until after the news.
Yes, so, you're like, let me just wait until I see an A++ setup. I already just booked profits.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, a part of me really wants to push the button right now, because I feel like it's gonna go through like super quick on that 775, but I just can't. I can't do it. I keep hearing voices, but I'm not gonna react to anything. No, I'm not gonna do anything with this. But 775 is an absolute picture perfect supply zone up there. So yeah, again, if we see a potential pullback here down to like the 740 or the 730s, that is absolutely in the cards. So don't be surprised if it just goes down and almost hit the 775. Oh my gosh, almost there. I'm gonna zoom in here. Let's see, the high is 773.50.
No way.
Yeah, so the thing is, I said it many times, if I would be holding my trade, to this supply zone, I would be out by now, because usually my TP is a few points before the actual level. It doesn't really matter what level I'm looking for. It could be a fair value gap, most likely a supply or demand zone. There you go. I think we tagged it. Let's see. 775.75. It got tagged to the tick. So to the tick, it got tagged. So usually I'm out about few points before reaching the exact level. And I'm just feeling the FOMO, Terry. I don't know what to do here.
It is pumping.
It is.
We are trading above yesterday's opening price, which I think is interesting.
It is. And we have a 15-minute supply zone higher. Now, when we have two supply or more than just, technically more than one supply or demand zone below or above each other, usually the next zone is a lower probability target. I'm not saying it cannot hit, but to categorize it, the level up there would be lower, except if it's on a higher time frame. Now this was on a five. I'm actually talking about secrets here, because these informations are going to be in my course, by the way, which is almost ready. But the thing is, this here is like the 15-minute right now is just as important as the 5-minute zone. So I'm just saying, like, if we can hold this in this 5-minute zone and above this, like, let's see, 700 and somewhere above 770, even if it's consolidating here, I think we can see further push up there, 8, 6, 7. So who knows? Just, we're going to keep that level for later. Who knows? But we'll see. I hope everybody is having some good trades on.
Raphael Trades just lost a funded account.
No, Raphael, come on, man.
Hugs. I hate that feeling. Losing funded accounts. It's it's tough.
It's tough, and I know how it is. And when I lose a funded account, it's I know it's crazy to say it like that, but the first thing that comes into my mind when I lose a funded account, it's not about the profit. And I know it sounds crazy. The first thing that comes into my mind of how much time did I spend on that particular funded account. So, because if I was able to hold a funded account for 2 or 3 months and I lose that account, now that actually really hurts me. But if I have a brand new funded account, maybe even just a small profit there, or even in a small drawdown, it actually is not hurting me that much. It's not a good thing either. It's a bad thing to lose a funded account. I mean, I know it sucks, and we can move on the next day. I know, but when I lose an account that I was able to hold for months, that is like really puts me into a bad mood. But Raphael, I want to say that, I know you're grinding. I know you're here. I'm seeing you. We're seeing you. We know you can do it. And I'm just 100% sure that you're going to get back on that funded account soon. So, just gotta rethink what went wrong. I'm guessing it's always about risk management. So Raphael, get back in the race there. I know you will. So
yeah. You've passed many accounts. You know how to do it exactly. There's something that happened likely. I feel like most people lose accounts not because of their strategy, but because of something else that happens.
I'm so glad you said it. Not because of the strategy. Very important. And you need to take the positive thing from this. So whatever strategies that you're using, most likely the strategies that you see on social media or from other traders, other hosts here at MyFundedTV, these strategies are working. These have been proven. I'm not saying that it suits for everybody, but you need to find the strategy that suits for your personality, right? But, the good news is that the strategies are most likely working. Even just a simple trend line breakout, or even just a simple, support and resistance strategy, whatever it is. Or even if you're just using a simple moving average, whatever, it could be working. It's all about risk management. And rest assured, I'm sure that many of you guys who are maybe struggling to get a payout or maybe lost a funded account, you know what you know how this works, you know the strategy. So focus on the mindset. And it's just so great to have Sean here in the chat. I think we would need him as a guest real soon, because we need to talk about these things more. It's in the mindset. It's, you know, as Sean was saying, like, we need to look inside and search for those answers there.
Yeah.
Because that's where it is. Yeah.
Right, exactly. And it's okay to, you know, relax and do something nice for yourself when terrible things happen like that, because it's just a reminder that this is such a journey. This isn't something that happens for most people. It doesn't happen in a year or 2 years, 3 years, even like 4 years to get to where you ultimately want to be, right? Like,
exactly.
It's a journey. It's not a destination. I wish it was like snap your fingers and you're already there and you just stay there. Oh, if only.
If only, yes. And you know, I did see that tweet that you were commenting on, Terry, yesterday. I forgot the name of the person, but I did see that. I also commented on it on Twitter.
Oh, you did? Oh, I'm
yeah,
gonna pull it up. I haven't seen it yet.
I did commented on it. I left quite a big comment there because the story that he shared was, like, it really got to me, because I was in the same situation. I don't exactly know. I don't remember the name of the trader. He used to be here. I think he's usually here with us in the chat, but he was struggling. He's struggling with getting to a payout, and he's trying since 4 years, and he won some free accounts, but even with the free accounts, he couldn't get there because he has some problems, I guess, in his personal life. But I needed to leave a comment, because I think if you're having problems by getting that payout, and there's nothing wrong if you're in this for years. My first payout happened after 2 years and 9 months. 2 years and 9 months, I was struggling, kept blowing accounts left and right, didn't really know how to get over that situation. But the problem is not going to be on the chart, that I can say. It's not going to be with the market. The market just does its thing. Sometimes it's good, some days it's awesome. I mean, it's awesome or bad, whatever. It's just doing the same thing. You gotta solve those problems outside of trading. That is what I think. So you gotta look outside of trading. It has to be something. It could be your job, it could be your personal relationship, whatever. It could be a family issue, but you gotta work on those. Once you settle those things, everything is gonna get better. I truly believe this, that in the charts, everything is gonna be better. You know.
Oh, Tom, you're so amazing. I can share my screen. This is so nice. Tom, you took the time and you wrote this whole
Look at that. I wrote all that. I wrote all that.
Tom is so amazing. Like, truly, you're such a great person. Like, inside and out. You're so amazing. This is in response to Amen. And Tom says, first of all, it takes courage to share your struggles, and being honest and transparent is very, very honorable. Tom is just so amazing. I won't read this whole thing out loud because we only have 6 minutes left together. But wow, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I just really, and this is not just. This is not just for that trader. I forgot his name, but it's for basically everybody. Amen, right? So it's for basically everybody. If you feel like you're struggling, I wanted to put it out there because in 2021, I was in a very, very, very difficult financial and emotional spot. Like, I made some very bad decisions that created such a negative domino and ripple effect in my life that by 2021 I was actually totally broken, not just financially but mentally as well. And I knew that I wanted to get those pay. I saw the opportunity trading prop firms, and I was like, I want to do this. This is what I want to be. This is how I want to continue. This is what I want. But I was still struggling, and And then I realized in 21 and 22 that, okay, I need to focus on getting my financials in order. I need to focus, to get my personal life in order. And as soon as that happened, and I was trading in 21, 22, and by 2023, actually, I was having a very good job here in my country. Everybody was really satisfied with my job. I was getting a fairly good income, and then suddenly, because I was trading next to my job, the trading results got actually slowly better and better and better. And then finally in 2023, in September, the first payout, $806. That day was amazing. I've spent immediately $200 on the same day when it arrived to my account because I wanted to feel it, and it was amazing. So anyway, everybody has this story, and this is one of the reasons, if you have a good a compelling and really a good story you want to share, even if with about your first payout or how is your trading journey so far, this is another reason to apply for our show, because we want to hear more and more people.
Yes, exactly. It's not a linear journey for anyone, really. I haven't heard of a linear, like just straight up. Like it's usually like this, like up and then boom.
Yeah.
You usually take a big, like in the beginning, it's like great, and then boom, and then you're like, oh my God, what just happened? And then you just like make your way up, right? It's like one of those. It's like a bullish chart.
It is, and it definitely is. And if you have a winning streak, by the way, it could be just on an evaluation account, no problem. The thing is, be careful also with the winning streaks as well. Yeah. Because I also step into this error, this mistake every now and then. You might feel a little bit invincible, like on the chart, like, oh, I know how this works. I figured out the matrix. I know how it goes. I know what to do. Trust me, you don't. I mean, not. The market is going to get you every now and then. And that is the point where you need to handle everything. Yeah.
That feeling of, oh, all my trades just win. It sneaks up on you when you're winning. Like it can just sneak up on you and you don't even necessarily realize it. I have some very exciting news to announce. One of our community members, Lost Morty, is payout eligible on the Rapid account that he just recently won from my
payout eligible. Oh my gosh. Congratulations. We love that. We love that.
Congrats,
get those payouts.
Morty. Yeah.
Congrats.
So we have PineTreeTrader on deck, going to be on the show in about 2 minutes here. Tom, any last minute thoughts before we head out?
It's Friday, so I can say whatever, right?
Yes.
The thing is, I just want to say, like, how awesome it is to be a part of the community here at MyFundedTV. Not to mention how blessed I'm feeling and grateful to be part of the show. And I'm seeing so many names in my channel too from the show and vice versa. I'm feeling absolutely blessed that I can do what I like, and I love trading. I hope everybody achieves the goals, because trading is an awesome business, because it's a business, but it's an awesome profession as well at the same time. It's a profession, it's a business. Treat it like that. Be proud of that. You want to be a trader, and we want to be good traders, and forget about the P&L. As long as you're getting payouts, that will be the goal. So I just love this, and I wish everybody a great weekend and much success. That's what I wanted to say.
Thank you, Tom. I wish you a wonderful weekend too. Thank you everyone for joining us today and this entire week. Tom and I will be back on Monday. Please give a very warm welcome to PineTreeTrader.
Bye-bye.
Bye.
What is going on, everyone? What's up? What's up? Thank you, Tom and Terry, for another great segment. News dropping here right now. we have JOLTS job openings and preliminary University of Michigan consumer sentiment. So we got that news dropping right at the moment. Market pushing higher this morning. Once again, take a look at the hourly chart. Hourly chart looking pretty bullish. So we are right into this gap that we're sitting in. Well, actually, it took at least, I think it was 3 days before we ended up filling it. And we are sitting right in the middle of this gap. Could we be headed back to 25,000? I don't know. I love to see the pine trees in the chat, guys. Pine trees in the chat. What is up? Lewis White, 44 the Punisher. Spyro, what is up? Chakra, good morning, everyone. See ya. What is up? Marley's dad, 90 bid. G Trades in the house. Hey, what's up, Raphael? What's going on? So how's everyone doing? You guys green? You guys red already? What is up? Spades of Hearts, Goku, Bear Trader. We got some winners in the chat too, guys. Get some winners in the chat. So here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to look for some inside bars, outside bars, Harami candles. Overall, just look at price action with the Dow, NASDAQ, gold, silver, oil, ES. We'll trade it all. If we see a setup, we will take it. Right now, I'm just kind of waiting for that news to settle. Not much impact on that news. So you can check out the news report right here. And we have JOLTS job openings. 6.95 was the actual number. The forecast was 6.76. So it's actually a higher amount of job openings right now. So we'll see how the market reacts to that. Right now, it is pushing down. It's pushing down right now. Not really see the setup yet. So Terry earlier was talking about zero prints and how I trade them. And let me see if I can find any though. So what I use on Tradeovate is I look for I can see one right here. I wouldn't trade this, but just because of it's only one. But this is what I'm talking about when I say zero prints, or what she was talking about when she says zero prints, is when the market opens, especially the reopen on Globex, you'll notice, especially on Sunday night, you'll have a lot of volatility. It'll just be bouncing back and forth. And what I do is I throw up the histogram on the DOM. So I throw up the histogram on the DOM, and that's what you see right here on the right side is these numbers here. And these are orders that got filled, right? So these are all orders that actually got filled. It's a little different than level 2 when you have the resting orders. Now, what happens is it leaves gaps while the market is coming down here, ES pushing down. What happens is it leaves gaps in the price. And so what I try to do is during the Globex open especially, is if we have like 2, 3 or more of open gaps on the price, if I end up getting a setup like a Harami or an inside bar, I will use those as a target. And it works pretty good on NASDAQ. So I use that on NASDAQ. I was just showing you on gold because that's where I see some. I'm checking. Yeah, I'm not seeing any on MYM. Not really seeing any on NASDAQ either. But yeah, so anyways, that's basically it. It's just, you know, the market just likes to come back and fill those orders. So the market's starting to push down here. 24,700 trying to bounce. Could it be putting a top in on this Harami candle? Now, that is something I wouldn't take because of the news. So where we had the news just coming out is just too risky. Yeah, you just don't want to do that before a news, because you never know what will happen when you have a news event. So let's see. Let's take a look here. I'm just watching the charts, guys. You guys got any questions? Throw it in the chat. and I will do my best to answer. Just going through the charts here, see if we can see something. Not seeing anything at the moment. Oil right at 94.50. So oil's been creeping back up. So it went up to a high of almost $120 a barrel, and then dropped way down to 76. Wild ride. Is anyone trading oil? Has anyone been slinging the oil contracts? We'll see if we get an inside bar here in the next 5 minutes. Check it out. So something I've been experimenting on is scalping with a 2-minute chart on ES or MES. All right, not seeing anything. Let's see. What do we got in the chat here? Guys, we got forms in the chat. We're still looking for people if you guys want to have a guest host. I see on Monday we have Forex Ike coming on. The guy's a negative R&R trader. I follow him on Twitter. He's a very good trader, actually. He gets a lot of payouts, very consistent with his negative R&R. So a little bit different than Ash is actually going to interview him. So very different trading styles. Ike is the scalper. Ash is a little more intraday swing trader. And so that'll be a very good interview. If you guys, make sure you guys come back Monday and check that out. Forex Ike, kind of a wild dude. But yeah, trades negative R&R. So he trades negative R&R when he scalps. So if he loses, let's just say he'll go and he'll make $100. But if he loses on a trade, he'll lose like $300. But he's over 90% on his winning trades, so still a profitable trader. So excited to hear that interview. Any questions, guys? While I'm looking for a trade, market's pushing down, trying to push down here off this Harami candle. Made a new high here at 24,804. Now, very interesting on NASDAQ. The other day we bounced exactly off 24,000 before we ended up rallying. We have a gap down here on an hourly chart, and that hasn't been filled. Now, do we actually come down and test this area? I think we probably do eventually. I don't know if we do it today, but if the market starts to free fall, this would be the target that I'd be looking for, is that 24,000 mark right here. If it starts to free fall. Right now, it's looking like it wants to come back and push down into that VWAP. So no setups for me yet, which is perfectly fine to sit on your hands. And plus, guys, remember, it is Friday. We don't want to do anything too dumb, right? And go in on the weekend with blown accounts, going on tilt, losing your funded accounts. It is not something that I personally like doing. It completely ruins your weekend, and it just makes you want, like, it. You feel sometimes, like, for me, like, if I lose all my accounts on Friday, it really, really will ruin my Saturday, ruins my Sunday, and all I'm thinking about is getting back onto those markets and revenge trading, right? And you don't want to do that. So here's a little tip, especially on Fridays. For one, if you're green, try to stay green. And if you're red, keep a daily loss limit, right? Try to keep a daily loss limit. You don't want to blow your account. You come back on, give yourself a few days, come back on Sunday night, Monday, and sometimes the charts look completely different. So still not seeing anything, guys. I'm looking for an inside buy. Inside buy. Nothing yet. Take a look at ES. So I've been experimenting a little bit with ES, trading inside bars on a 2-minute chart during Globex session, and they've been working pretty well. So we actually took a few last night on my stream. You can see right here. I'll just show an example while I'm waiting for something. So here it is. So I ended up going long off this inside bar. It failed. I got stopped out, which is perfectly fine. And then I tried again off these inside bars. I tried to go short, got stopped out. And then I said, well, you know, the way I trade these inside bars when I on a 5-minute chart is if I have 2 in a row, I'll wait for the very first one to be broke. So we got stopped out. So 2 quick stop outs, which was perfectly fine. And then we went long, caught a nice one. Just with ES, right? So just ES scalping, caught a nice one. Ended up getting almost back to break even. And then took a nice short off this inside bar here. And ended up over $100-something. So yeah, $100. So that's where we're at right now. We're up $100. So I was actually in the hole, and then ended up getting out of the hole, but just by keeping some tight stop losses. So when I went long off this right here, I ended up just keeping a tight stop. And that's what I like about this little 2-minute strategy that I've been trying out on Globex session. So, you know, guys, anytime I show you a strategy or anything like that, please do your own back testing, forward testing, anything like that. You know, you never want to rely on someone on YouTube or X or anything like that to, you know, convince you to trade something. You know, you want to go back and back test it yourself. You want to spend some time on the chart and, you know, do your own due diligence, right? Do your own due diligence. All right, let's go back to the 5-minute chart here. So coming back down here, testing that VWAP area. Beautiful setup here. In hindsight, this is something that I wouldn't have took because of the news, but this is the 1 trade a day setup. So if you follow my channel, purchasing that Harami after making a new high or a low, and then you just simply go short, stop goes above, stop goes below. You know, if you're going the opposite, if you flip this chart around, then you simply look for the mother candle right here for profit, or, you know, something bigger, right? So maybe the new session low, maybe testing the open, maybe going down to the VWAP, something like that. So I have a video on that on my channel if you guys want to check that out. But just before the news like that, I don't like taking it. So just before 10 o'clock news or any news, I really, really don't like taking that. So right now that leaves me sitting on my hands. So let's see, look at an inside bar here on oil. So I haven't been trading inside bars on oil only during Globex, not during New York. So there's that. Let's go back to the Dow here. Dow testing the VWAP, 46,900. Let's answer some people in the chat here. So right now I'm not seeing any setups. I wish I could get a trade in right now, but right now I'm not seeing anything. So ask me anything in the chat. Let's go. Oh, you guys are playing a game. Guess the word. Guess the word. We see a lot of answers here. I don't know if any of them are right. D in the house. What's up, D? Go ahead and ask your question. Ask away. While the market is just coming right back down into the range. So right now the market's right down here, 24,674. Not seeing anything yet. Let's see. Take a look at Dow here. Dow's testing that VWAP. What's up, Miss K? I see Miss K in the house. I see his Royal Trades in the house. What's going on in his Royal Trades? How you guys doing today? So I want to know, has anyone gotten any payouts this week? You guys get any payouts? You guys get any of those rapid daily payouts? I know someone in the last segment got a daily payout. So we've been giving away so many accounts. You've been seeing it all across the social medias. Tons of giveaways on those accounts. Has anyone gotten any daily payouts with the rapid accounts? I want to know. I have not. I'm still trying to pass one. So I'm still trying to pass one. I got one right here. Taking my time with it. Haven't full ported it yet. You know, just trying to take my time. See if I get it passed. Market pushing down here. Just stair stepping on his way down to the VWAP. So really no trades for me yet. All right, let's take a look here. Let's take a look at this ES 2 minute. See if we got. Ooh, I missed it. See, I should have just kept it on here. Got a nice 2 minute ES inside bar break. So if I take, so when I take this, I usually just look for a break here. Stop goes above, and then I'm just trying to look for a 1-to-1 minimum. But market seems like it wants to keep pushing down. Maybe we try for a little retest. I'm gonna go short here. ES. Just gonna trail my stop. MES, I should say. Trail my stop here. All right, I'm trailing it here, trailing it. Let's go. Nice little ES trade here. Let's get that trade in. Sometimes it happens quick. All right, stopped out. Nice little scalp there off that, based off that inside bar. So that's something I've been experimenting with and practicing myself, is trading these inside bar shorts on 2 minute ES chart. So that was a quick one. Quick little scalp there for a few points. So we'll get that in. While NASDAQ's still just kind of pushing down here. And there it goes. Now it's falling even more. So we'll wait for another inside bar, possibly take that. Let's see what gold and silver is doing. This is interesting. Now, what I've been finding really, really interesting is that the gold and silver, usually when NASDAQ was pushing up or down, the gold and silver would be rallying. Well, now it's oil. So like oil is pushing higher and NASDAQ the market will be dropping, right? A few weeks ago, it was when gold was pushing higher and then NASDAQ would drop or vice versa. But D in the house, we got a question. If someone has a working strategy and their strategy shows up multiple times a day, is overtrading still bad knowing the strat works? I feel like if it works, why not max profits? Yeah, so it all depends on what your strategy is. If your strategy is if you have statistics behind something like this, where on a 2 minute chart you can scalp all day, then, you know, if you feel like sitting there all day and scalping it, then why not? It's not necessarily overtrading it. So overtrading, yeah. So I know what you're saying. Like overtrading is, you know, kind of, how am I going to put this? It's per individual, right? If you're a scalper and you take multiple trades throughout the morning session, then, you know, by trading off a 2 minute chart, then take it if it's a profitable strategy. Now, if you're trading off a little bit of a higher time frame, if you're looking for, you know, if you're trading off a 30-minute chart, a 15-minute chart, or even a 5-minute chart, then you need to decide for yourself, like, what's the amount of trades that I trade best. Here's the reason why I don't like to sit for very long and scalp all day, because what happens to me is I get this decision fatigue. So I get decision fatigue and my brain stops working after 2 hours of looking at the chart, you know? You'll see it on my own stream sometimes where, because I stream every single night at 6 for 2 hours on my own channel. And what happens is after 2 hours of streaming, my brain is like shutting down. You know, I'm you know, tired of looking at the charts. I'm tired of trading and all that stuff. So it's up to the individual. But I agree, if you have a strategy that where you can trade all day, then trade it if that's what you want to do. For me, here's what I like to do. This is the reason why I've gotten into trading altogether. This is the only reason, or well, there's 2 reasons, right? Money, right? Financial freedom, but is the freedom of just being able to go do and live my life. You know, if you're coming from a 9-to-5 job or longer, if you come from working 2 jobs, 3 jobs, working 10, 15 hours a day, you want the luxury of trading is that you don't have to make trades every day and just look for those really, really good setups and be done. If you took, say, that trade I just took with a little bit larger size, actually, so like I've been trying to practice this, and if you would have just trailed that stop, and let's just say you were in 1 mini, you know, that's probably, you know, you could have got close to 10 points out of that with 1 mini. You're done. In my opinion, like you could be done for the day. That's a couple $100. You know, if you're copy trading 5 MyFundedFuture accounts on a daily payout accounts, you know, you're looking at $1,000, let's just say, getting a daily payout. Why sit there and trade all day? I mean, you know, everyone has their own lifestyle and bills that they need to pay. And like people will ask me all the time, like, well, how do I become a full-time trader? Like, how much money do I need? Well, that's dependent on any, you know, on your lifestyle, on what you need to survive. For me personally, I own my house. I own the car I drive. You know, I don't have any debt. The only thing I have to do is pay for food, you know, and pay, you know, bills for my house, as taxes, things like that. So that's how I was able to become a full-time trader. So for me, if I can make some money in the morning, like when I get off stream right in a few minutes, I'm probably going to look for a trade. If I see something that pops up, I will trade my accounts. I'll get a trade in, and that'll be it. If I get 1 to 3 trades in today, I'm perfectly happy with that. And just, I'll start my weekend. I'm gonna start my weekend. So that's just my opinion. You know, like I said, not financial advice. You know, everyone's life is different. You might have, you know, 20 kids like Methodical Man, or and you know, you got 20 mouths to feed. And for me, it's a little bit different, right? So that's just my opinion. But yeah, good question. You know, good question. So for me, when I first started trading, I loved to sit in front of the screens all day. I used to love it. Now here's something that's helped me not overtrade, and this is something that's more physical. If you feel like you're an overtrader, get yourself a standing desk. So I'm actually, I mean, I'm very short, but get yourself a standing desk, and I promise you, you will not want to stand here all day trading, and that keeps me from overtrading. You know, you will not want to stand here. If you're sitting down, or if you take your laptop to the couch, which I tend to do, you know, you'll tend to get a lot of trades in. You know, but the best thing for me, like if I'm done on the day, here's another tip. This is Friday tip day. Get away from the screens. Physically remove yourself from the screens. If you're down on the day, if you're up on the day and you want to keep your profits, do not look at the chart. Do not, of course, watch us on MyFundedFutures TV, but like just get away, go do something else. Go to the gym, go for a walk, go out to lunch. Like go out to lunch. Go try a new lunch spot that you've never tried before. You know, go check out a new restaurant or something. Just get away from the screens altogether and physically remove yourself and don't touch that stuff. So do you use NinjaTrader 8? I do not. I made an inside outside bar indicator. Oh, awesome. Guys, yeah, that's cool. I'm not sure how you could share that cartoon futures, but if it's, yeah, I mean, if you're not trying to sell anything or anything, you know, follow my channel on X or YouTube, and I have a free Discord. And if you want to share it in my free Discord, if you have a free indicator for NinjaTrader 8, of course, I'm not looking to endorse anyone selling anything, but yeah, a free inside outside bar indicator for NinjaTrader 8, that would be awesome to share with the community. I just lock myself out, Raphael trades. That's a good idea too. Yeah, locking yourself out is a good way. But yeah, physically removing yourself from the charts is an awesome way to, like, you know, stop overtrading. So right now, market's just pulling down. We took one little scalp here on stream, live. No one does it better than MyFundedFutures TV. We had Tom and Terry slaying the charts. Tom, you know, it's funny when we watch Tom and Terry in the mornings, and they'll get they'll be fading each other, but it kind of shows by using proper risk management. Like, one will be short, one will be long, but by using proper risk management, so often when I'm watching those two, they both hit take profit, right? By trading that market open, and they're just using proper risk management. So, you know, there's no right or wrong trade. And yeah, I mean, that's the thing. It's pretty cool to watch. So where in Maine am I from? I was around Augusta area. So I used to work for the Augusta post office. So around the Augusta area, I'll just say. My address is, and my social is 718. Any questions for me, guys? Used to work at the Augusta Armory. Wow, nice. That's a small world. Augusta Armory, 6 years ago. Yeah. Coach Fred in the house. What's up? So anyways, guys, I got a few more minutes. So anyways, just a little nugget, something to back test over the weekend. Taking these inside bars on ES or MES, right? Inside bar scalps, 2-minute chart. Very, very simple. Look for the breaks, just like I did here. In this case, I kind of missed it, so I ended up hopping in on a retest. But yeah, just looking for the breaks. Stop goes above, and do some back testing. Here's a little homework assignment. If you guys are interested in a little scalping technique, you know, do a little back testing on this and see what it comes out to. I have never back tested it myself. I've been forward testing it, just trading it live in front of you guys on my stream, everything else. So a little homework assignment. Lived in Maine for like 10 to 11 years. Nice. Sweet. Yeah, what school did I go to? What's my mother's middle name? You went to high school in Maine? Oh, wow, we got Mr. Zinc in the house. Turns out Mr. Zinc and I are probably going to have lunch at some point. So Mr. Zinc and I have a lunch date probably coming up pretty soon. So turns out Mr. Zinc and I actually have pretty close connections. I'll just say that, which is kind of blew my mind. Kind of blew my mind. Just put it that way. Well, yeah, we got Mr. Zinc, Mr. IB coming up soon. Guys, I want to thank you guys for another awesome week. Sorry I couldn't really get a big banger trade in, but we got a little scalp in. You know, I tried to get at least one little trade in on my segment. And we talked some markets. This is a quick little segment. I love it. I love the 30 minutes. I feel like I can bring high energy. And after I sign off, I usually collapse for a second. So thank you so much. I want to see the pine trees in the chat before I leave. And we have Mr. Zinc coming up right now. I'll see you guys next week. Please follow me on X and on YouTube. just at PineTreeTrader. And I'll be doing some giveaways over the weekend on X. So find me on X. All right, guys. Peace.
Good morning, everyone. How are we doing? How are we doing this fine Friday afternoon? Friday morning, Friday afternoon. What am I saying? Welcome in. Welcome in. How is everyone doing today? Some freebies. Yes, make sure you guys go and give Pine a follow. You guys can continue to drop the pine trees for me in here as well. I am from the same state. So we have a lot in common there. Unfortunate outcome today. I do have some bad news. The IB is not lined up with SPY and Qs. The IBs are diverged. The reason we will not be taking this today, unfortunately, is because with the IBs being diverged, we don't know which one's going to go and hit. We don't know which one is accurate. We don't know which one is telling the truth, which one's lying. So for the IB today, the only thing that we can do, unfortunately, is just sit here and wait. Now, what I will add in is for SPY, this is bearish. Qs is bullish. So Qs should be targeting the IB high. SPY should be targeting the IB low. The main downside here is which one is telling the truth. Which one do we take? Which one do we not take? So for these trades, for days like this, when the IB is not being nice to us, we don't know which one's going to go and hit. We just sit it out. What we can do, what we can add in is previous day's range. So previous day's high, we already hit. I'll draw that out. Previous day's high already hit. We have not hit previous day's low. So if anything, that would give me a little more confluence to the upside on Qs. This is on SPY as well. Qs also a little bit off of previous day's high. We don't really have any strong confluence for today. And I say this all the time. It's okay not taking a trade. Right now, we're crossed up on the assets. We don't know which one's going to go up. We don't know which one's going to go down. The best that we can do is just sit here and honestly just wait through it. And maybe learn a little something. IB is not patched. IB is not patched. Too many people talking about it. If it ends up being a loss on SPY, one of these two is going to lose today. I can confidently say that. One of these two is going to lose. I'm probably leaning towards, with the bounce off previous day's 50, maybe SPY being the one that loses. But I have no crystal ball, unfortunately. So I cannot indicate which one is going to have a stronger move to the upside. Again, the only thing we can do is just sit here and just wait. But in the meantime, you could add in YM. You could go and look at what MGC is doing. We'll go and take a look at gold. Gold should be targeting the IB low. So you could take that if you wanted to. The risk on that would be, even though this is delayed, it should do the same thing. Risk on the IB for gold looks like about 25 points-ish today. So that one, decent size risk, but also decent reward. That's if it gets to 50%. IP is not patched. Good morning. Good morning. How's everyone doing? IB, not IB. What is IB? Can anyone explain? It's the initial balance breakout. Yeah, this is probably, with the way that it's lining up today, it did reject off the bottom. The IB has lost actually 3 times this week, surprisingly. On Tuesday, it lost. Thankfully, I avoided this one because I was targeting previous day's high. Monday, I ended up taking a loss on this. It's going to have bad weeks, going to have good weeks. This just happens to be a bad week. I would now be anticipating probably a low break. Again, I'm not going to be touching this today, unfortunately. As hard as it is not to take a trade, we're just not going to. Again, You could go over to gold and take that if you wanted to. That one has a little bit cleaner IB. It's only 7 points away from the bottom, so it is a much higher risk reward on that. Overall, though, I would say the best thing to do for a day like this is to go and touch grass. Obviously, I'm not going to be doing that now. We're going to enjoy our segment. We're going to enjoy our little Friday time together, the hour that we have together. And then any questions that you guys have for me about the IB, maybe we want to cover Globex IB today. If anyone has any interest in that, any questions regarding the Globex IB. Also, SPY's making a very good run to the low right now. Very good run to the low. Yeah, absolutely. If you guys have any questions for me, shoot them my way. Go and bring up the chat here. Top secret stuff. Yeah, I can't discuss the IB. If I talk about it too much, it's going to start losing. Just kidding. We'll go over to Globex. So last night was bittersweet. If I can go to the 6 p.m. range here. Last night, the IB formed bullish. If I can go and find it. Why am I in the 1 minute? What's going on there? There we go. So here's the Globex IB last night. It missed the entry by quite literally 1 point. Actually less than a point. So entry for the IB still printed a very good concept. It validated proof of concept. It missed the entry by 0.75. Not really much we can do about that. We just got to tip our hat to it, move on. We're actually getting a really nice flush right now. So it does look like SPY is the one that's telling the truth. Q's is the one that is going to get the worse end of the stick today. I'm not going to say the actual line, but you guys, I think you understand the reference there. $97 for a rapid 50K account. Code U2 expires at 3/17, 2 uses per customer. And you guys also have the Pro plan, which is going to be on sale. Up 900 Asia, down 64 New York, tilt down 700, rest a little now, down 64. Yeah, you got to make sure that you don't let the tilt monster get in. This is going to be a very difficult day to go and trade the IB. If you guys are trying to trade the IB, main reason we don't know which one of these assets is going to be telling the truth. Right now, it looks like SPY is the one that's going to lead the way down. Q's almost just got to the IB low there. SPY is still intact. Q's still intact. But this one, ultimately, coin flip. Nothing that we can have for confluence here. If it does break the IB low, next target's going to be the previous day's low. I will add in SPY only has a 10% chance of going to previous day's low since it already took previous day's high. The worst days that you can go full gas on, and what I mean by that is trying to take every trade that you can, are the days that A, the data is not lining up, or B, the data is a very low chance of hitting both directions, which is for today. So this one is a pretty weak day. Fridays historically are also the days where most people blow their accounts. So make sure you guys are not becoming part of that statistic. I already took out previous day's low. Time to see how low I can go. We do still have, I would add in, we do still have the previous week, or sorry, not the previous week, the weekly low in 591.36. So that's another level that has a decent chance of hitting. Those are your high and lows that you put on Monday and Tuesday. Monday's low was at 591. Tuesday's high was at 613.28. You go down to the 15-minute time frame, make it a little bit clearer. So there's your low on Monday. There's your high on Tuesday. We have about a 90% chance of breaking the range there. Obviously, we might stay within it. Might be one of the first weeks in the past 49 weeks that we stay within it, which would be very surprising. Hopefully it doesn't. I would still like to see the IB low get taken here. Just for just for my sanity. I want to see that low go and get taken out. SPY should make the flush down to that level, and then probably once we take the IB low, I assume it's going to spike up a little bit. First, we need to clear the previous winners, though. Oh, for the forms? Yeah, you guys will get forms sometime soon here, I'm sure. Just be active in chat. What about the NQ stat showing good likelihood of taking the low because it closed below 50%? That is also a stat you could use. I haven't mastered that yet. I don't know if that's the right term to be using there. I haven't found that strong of confluence with that stat yet. We did close below 50%, so we should be running towards the low. That's the higher stat that we'll go and hit. And we're actually only about 10 points, 20 points off the low right now. So pretty good chance that we go and just sweep that on Qs. SPY is also going to line up with that low getting taken. And then once that is taken, again, you just kind of tip your hat to a day like this. There's not really much that you can do with the IB on a day like this. 10 points off the low now. Go and sweep it. Once that low gets taken, I think Qs is probably going to go to previous day's low, and then that's also going to drag SPY down to previous day's low. So if it does hit, again, tip your hat to it, move on with your day. These days, I will add, yesterday was a very, very bad day for anyone that tried trading after the IB broke. After hours on my hand. This was as dirty as it gets for price action to close the day on SPY and Qs. This is port blowing. You have, and if I go to M and Q for this, you have consistent 100-point wicks up and down. So these were 24,587 all the way up to 24,706 in the first 15 minutes after lunch. And then again at 12:30, again at 12:45, again at 1 o'clock, again at 1:15, all the way until close. Looks like Q's almost went and took that. Did we? Equal lows does not count as a break. Low 598.95, low 598. There we go. IB low is taken. I think we honestly called that pretty good for looking for the low to break. Unfortunately, didn't take it today. SPY was the one that was telling the truth. Qs was the one that was lying. But still WIB. So now that this level is broken, we should be taking a look for previous day's low, which previous day's low right at 345 yesterday, 24,542. That would be our next draw, down to 24,542. Looks like I drew that incorrect, actually. There you go. 24,542 would be the next draw for that downside. And then once that downside is hit, we did just have a nice psych level bounce off 24.6 as well. Once that downside is hit, then that is it for draws today. No more draws in liquidity. Let's see, any other questions you guys have in here? Let me catch up in the chat real quick. This is not a giveaway form. There you go. That's a feedback form. IB is the GOAT. It is the GOAT. We love trading the IB. We love it. And listen, guys, you're not going to want to be sitting here and trying to catch every move as well. I was just talking about this with Ash. If you missed the trade today, you need to do everything in your power to avoid the tilt. You cannot put yourself into a position that is going to drive you into a tilt today. You can't do it. What I mean by that is if we missed this IB trade, which we did, we unfortunately did not get an entry, mainly because one of them was just not lining up with the other one. It was a very good model print to the downside on SPY. This is actually perfect. The worst thing we could do now is go and try to find another reason to get into another trade. That's the worst thing we could do. I would have a bias down to really all the way down to 591. That would be very impressive if we continue to trend all the way down to that level. But there's no super strong confluence or super strong level or draw or entry model that I trade. So I'm not going to be partaking in this move to the downside. If it does continue to move to the downside, that is. Absolutely, yeah. I would still say SPY was a really good win today on the IB, even though we obviously didn't take anything just now. I think that was a very good print of the model. Bears in control. We do have some draws. We have some pretty strong levels to draw down to. 591 being the main one, and then previous day's low being the obviously closer one. So I think previous day's low is definitely something that we're going to go and target. Some good suggestions. Anyone else taking any trading models today? Any questions that you have? I have been using inside bars quite a bit this week. So if you guys have any questions regarding inside bars, drop it in chat. Some trolls, but you know where it is. Sell comes most likely. I do like shorting. I've been a fan of shorting this week. I think we're going to get a pretty nice draw, or just a pretty crazy continuation down. I have a feeling this is going to be one of those days where you're in disbelief that price is going to continue lower. Drop a 1 in chat if you know exactly what I'm talking about in terms of that day. And here it comes. We're actually getting a really nice dump right now. Holy smokes. Previous day's low, 597.03, and then after that, 591.39. And we're also about to fill the gap to the downside. A little regretful about the SPY one. If they had lined up today, I think all we needed was maybe another 10 minutes on Qs, and that would have taken a new IB low. And we also got the retracement to 50%. And I think that retracement came in after 10:30 as well. So this would have been a perfect entry for us to have gone short had they lined up with each other. It's a little unfortunate that they didn't. It's okay. I forgive you, Qs. I still love you. You made me so much money this week. Italy denies talks with Iran. That's the headline. Gotcha. Where do I get my news from? I use Walter Bloomberg on X. If you guys are familiar, he just copies and pastes. I don't know how he gets away with it, but he simply copies and pastes the Walter Bloomberg, that's his name. He simply copies and pastes the Bloomberg Terminal articles and posts and everything else that Bloomberg Terminal posts in terms of stories and articles and everything, really. He just copies and pastes it, which, again, I don't know how he does legally. I feel like that definitely has some legality issues behind it. But that is the closest that I can get to having a Bloomberg terminal, is just going on Twitter and looking at what he posts out. Patience is key. Patience is the hardest thing associated with this trading strategy, this trading model, is the patience aspect. Because talking with Ash just before this, actually, the hardest part about the IB is waiting for your 50% entry. I could have definitely taken a short here. I could have taken a short all the way close to open. I could have validated getting into shorts in my own mind, but I know for a fact that this isn't something that would print on the strategy. So it's not a confident trade. It's me revenge trading or prompting myself to get into a tilt mindset, which is, again, one of the worst things you could do to yourself. You just make sure that you prevent the tilt monster. The tilt monster is a dangerous entity. You need to make sure that you do not let him in. You don't allow him to take over your accounts. One bad day, and this goes with not taking a trade for the day. One bad day will destroy weeks and weeks and weeks and weeks and weeks of progress. One day that you don't take a trade is not going to do anything. One bad day will destroy everything that you've worked for the past week, 2 weeks, 3 weeks, month. And no trader, unless you won the lottery, no trader get rich in one day. So keep that in mind as well. We are getting a pretty aggressive bounce. We just got slapped down off of 24.6 though. It's coming right back down. I think the draw for today is probably going to be down to previous day's low. Once we take that, I think the downside's done there. Hopefully. There we go. We got an X winner. How do you handle a tilt monster? The best way to handle it is to prevent yourself from getting in situations where you will tilt. So answer honestly in chat. What do you think drives you to tilt? What do you think is the strongest reason or the biggest reason that you tilt on a trade or continue trading or whatever it might be? For me personally, it's getting into extra trades. So if I go and get into a short right now, where do I put my stop loss? Where do I put my TP? It's not that good of a short to take, in my eyes anyway. And desperation for getting more profit or greediness or worrying about the minimum days to payout or worrying about profit to a payout. For me, it is imperative that I do not focus on minimum days to payout. If I focus on minimum days to payout, that is when I tilt. And it's because in my head, I will assign myself, I need to make $500 today. I need to make $500 tomorrow, $500 tomorrow to get this payout. If I go off track by a little bit, that's when I end up screwing myself. And that's when it gets really bad. And the reason it gets so bad is because that's when that switch goes off that you start tilting. So avoiding the tilt, avoiding what will get you to start tilting, which is for me, again, extra trades, thinking that I'm off track from where I should be. Also, we're about to go and take previous day's low right here on Qs. We are 50 cents off. It's another very strong level to go and hit. SPYs also, and this is a reason I didn't take that short on Qs. I could have. SPY is a 10% chance, has a 10% chance that we go and tick at previous day's low. We go and hit previous day's low. It's a 10% chance because SPY already took previous day's high. These are two pretty difficult trades to line up, the SPY and Qs being just ever so slightly off. Kick the tilt monster. Nice trade, Emma. What was it? 250 point TP hit. Very nice. Oh, what a phenomenal short. I very much like the idea of shorts to the downside. Again, not really much of an entry model that I can find. What music do you guys listen to while you trade? It's a fun little question there. What is your preferred music that you listen to when you're trading? Or very, very close to taking out previous day's low. That's what I'm waiting for. I just jumped right back up off previous day's low. Stop playing around at this level. Just go down to it. Reggae. Nice. I listen to pretty much everything when I'm trading. Right now I am on like 90s alternative. Sesame Street, silence. Silence while you're trading. Nice. I guess that works. Go and take that previous day's low so we can be happy. That's the draw that I want to go and see you hit, Qs. Making a run for it right now. Just one little push, 30 cents, 30 more cents, one little push. Gap fill, 50% new week opening gap. Yesterday low nearby Monday's 50% level. Can we enter the shorts on a pullback or previous day's low? If that's all that we're getting. Yeah, I don't. We're like 10 cents away from it right now. I don't know how strong of a continuation we're going to get. The ultimate target for me is going to be 591. So we're only, and the reason I think this is achievable, that would be another 1% drop, which again, the VIX is trading at 25. I always refer to the VIX. The VIX at 25, probably pretty likely that we're going to go down to 591. If the VIX was trading at 16 to 17, the volatility just isn't there for us to continue that much lower. For the VIX standing at where it is right now, though, I think that every pullback is probably going to be a short opportunity. And I always refer to the trend stat as well. 80% of the time, we're going to continue trending in this direction. Our trend is very much to the downside right now. Whether it's from Trump speaking, whether it's just because of the IB, previous day's low, about to hit on SPY as well. All these levels line up. Also, let me go pull up gold, see what is going on there. GLD. Gold is also falling off a cliff right now. $4 drop just now. So definitely we have the volatility. We have the momentum to the downside. So every pullback, I would say, is definitely a good entry to jump back into trend. It's just a matter of if you can catch a good enough entry. So these ones are dangerous because with the VIX trading so high, slapping like a 20-point, 30-point stop loss on it, you're more likely than not going to get tagged out before it continues going. But our trend right now is very much to the downside and very strong to the downside. NQ kabushing. Stefan says that. Is that correct? We're bouncing off 24.5 right now a little bit. That level's hanging on for dear life. But gold is dying. Gold is in an actual free fall right now. Oh, I got Phil Collins on Studio. Nice. That was quite the switch from what song was I just listening to? I can't even remember. Anyway, kabooshed with his loud voice. Yeah, I did tune into one of his streams earlier this week. I heard him say kabooshed several times about gold. Several times about gold. Kabooshed. Yeah, again, the VIX is too high to try and target a super exact entry. We're probably going to start real soon here, I would anticipate anyway. We're probably going to start making nasty 50-point wicks up and down. Trump done for Fox News interview. That's good. You have to stop watching your charts. That's one of the better things you can do as well for preventing tilt is distancing yourself from the charts, going and touching grass. Getting off the charts is how I prevent myself from tilting a lot of the time. Bearish day? I would say so, yeah. Yeah, I would say this is a little bearish. We are bouncing off. The reason we're getting a little relief right now is because we're bouncing off 24.5. It's actually coming back below 24.5 now, so it might. Do we want to keep using the term kaboosh today? Kabooshed? I'll keep using that. We might continue a kabooshing. A nasty kabooshing. Yeah, these wicks are crazy right now. We just went from 24.514 down to 24.480 in maybe 2 minutes right there. And then jump right back up to 24.509. A little bit of a seesaw. Keep dropping NQ. I think she's going to. 591 is my ultimate target for today. I think she's going to reach for that level here soon. Again, only difficulty right now is assessing where do you get into a short with how volatile the market is today. I typically look for a little bit better of a pullback than what we just got. We had one little teeny tiny green candle in the 1 minute, and it was 24.487 up to 24.513. And now we are down another 40 points off of really just this death candle right now. Previous week's opening week's low on SPY, $3 down, 662, 591 on Qs. I don't know what the level is on MNQ. Let me check real quick. Oil is confusing. Yeah. How about what is the current gas price around where you guys are? I'm interested to know. I want to see how bad it is for us up here in Maine. Poor Pine and I don't think it's nearly as bad as anywhere else. I did see for Europe, Great Britain, someone was saying it was like $10 because it was $2.60 a liter or $2.80 a liter. $1.50 per liter, $4.30. I want to add as well that last week gas for us was like $2.70, $2.80. So we have been getting destroyed on the current gas prices. It's rough. And that is all thanks to the current conflict that we have. But they should hopefully be coming down pretty substantially this coming weekend because the US yesterday released 400 million barrels from the reserve. The UK contributed 19 million. The Australian people contributed 22 million. Even though they don't really have much for a reserve, bless their hearts. Pretty easy downside bias right now. We just aren't getting any pullbacks to capitalize on. We cannot enter back into this trend. I cannot believe the drop that gold just had. Gold just dropped almost 50 points. There's a decent pullback right now to get in. It's almost back up to 24.5. I think it's just too volatile. Way too volatile. Let's see, we just got a green candle on the 1 minute time frame again. Let's see if this gets continued buying pressure or if it continues to kaboosh. You kind of like saying that. It's fun. We'll trade crypto since stock market is closed. Celebrating your birthday. Happy birthday, Abelta. Happy birthday. Contact nature. I like that. That might be a little bit better than touching grass. Contact nature. That's good. It's good stuff right there. Yeah, distancing yourself from the chart is crucial, especially on a day like this where you're going to be inclined to sit here and continue to get in on shorts or try to time a short entry. Touch volleyball. Touch grass will always be a top tier term. I love the term touch grass. Getting a little rejection at 24.5 now, so maybe that's a re-entry back in trend. Again, I don't see much. Gold's getting a very large retracement here, which would make sense after such a large drop. Probably look for 50% of that to get retraced, a little bit more. Just make sure you guys are being very careful with trying to time entries, and you can't have your stops too close. But you also, I don't think it's a very good market condition to try and trace this trend. It's a little bit easier on days like Thursday this past week. Thursday was a lot easier to capitalize re-entries on the trend because it was moving slowly. It had nice pullbacks, and then it would continue trend, pullback, continue trend. Today, this one is just you're trying to enter in on a falling knife and maybe capitalize on some of that falling knife. But this is a dangerous market condition to try and capitalize on more moves with. And it's a Friday. Started the stream off with saying Fridays are the largest statistic for losing accounts, losing money, blowing your accounts. You want to take a look at the Globex IB for a little bit? Sure. We'll, it did go another. Last week, as I specified, as you can see, I don't have any open profit on this account. Last week into this week, the Globex IB is 7 for 8 on outcomes. So it's doing very, very well. Very well. The main drawdown to it is the entries. So last night, no entry, unfortunately. It got 0.75 away from the entry. And then ended up going to full TP, which is sad. For the best one we had this week for Globex was no entry on Wednesday again. This was a loss, and that was because the stats were showing 50-50 across the board. The better one this week was definitely on Tuesday. Perfect entry rate at 50%. Full run to TP. And then the Sunday night Globex. This one I didn't really trust because I don't know how accurate with the slippage and price possibly coming all the way up to 24.5. I don't think it's that likely that we open perfectly at 24.5 for Sunday night. So this one I'm not really putting that much emphasis behind. I don't trust it. I don't believe it. I think it was more likely that this probably opened down at like 24.443, maybe lower. But 2 entries this week, 1 loss, and then last week was 4 for 4 with no entry on Friday. The IB's been doing very good. Very, very good. Okay, let's go here. Decent pullback now on the 15-minute. Maybe a retest at previous day's low to go short, possibly. Possibly. Gold is still getting a nice recovery back up here. It's actually getting a really nice V-shape back up. Hotel California on the playlist now. Nice. Playing some good music in the back. All right, let's catch up on some questions here. Let's make a big boy payout and rent Epstein. What? Not the comment I wanted to start off with. Handle private jets. That means you come across wealthy people quite often. I'm not seeing any questions for the IB. I think travel is pretty tricky right now as well with all that conflict. I'm not sure what the travel coming into the US might be, but I know travel going out of the US rather difficult for some people. Here's a nice-ish V-shape up. I'm not sure if I'm buying it. I think this is probably a pretty good entry back into trend. But again, guys, be very careful on a day like today. This is not a day that you want to put your foot on the gas. This is a day that you want to relax, go outside, go interact with nature, go enjoy your life. Do you ever use fib retracement for IB entries? Yeah, the IB 50 is technically a fib retracement for entering on the IB. So I guess there's your fib right there. This pullback's starting to get sold off now. Pretty strong sell-off, actually. That previous day low interaction was pretty nice. Let's see if it wants to continue. Still bearish, just reached my profit target. Very nice. Congratulations, Rocky. I'm manifesting one day. You will not get rich in one day. I hate to tell you. Trading is not something that you go and get rich in one day. This is a multi-year thing. You can try, though. How long have you traded the IB? It has been... how long have I traded the IB? Probably about 9 months now. Close to a year. It's been very lucrative for me. It's been doing very, very well. It's definitely my favorite model to trade. All right, we're getting a decent-ish reaction with previous day's low. This is quite the V-shape back up, especially on the 1 minute. Let's see where SPY's hanging out at. SPY's getting a nice little V-shape back up too. So as I was saying, this isn't really something that you're going to be able to time a short into with how volatile it is. You can try and manipulate entries on shorts. Maybe a decent one right now as well. It's really hard to say. But if you guys are paying attention to the stream, you'll notice that these are all if and it's not really that good. This isn't really that good. These are all things that I'm doing to avoid the tilt monster. Making sure that I'm not putting myself in a position where I'm going to be red after being green, or where I'm going to lose money after being up a significant amount. It's not what you want to do. I do think this is probably as good of a pullback as we're going to get. I've said that the whole time as it's been V-shaping back up. So force the right question. It's not a matter of yes or no, but the right question is when. Acknowledge your yes. I like that. Throw your questions for Mr. Zinc in chat. Yeah, again, pretty unfortunate that we had the IB do us dirty like that today. I wish it had been as clean as it usually is, but you guys can see it's not. It was not. The tilt monster. The tilt monster is a dangerous entity that you need to avoid at all costs. Do not let him in. Here's Blue, your account on gold. What was it with this nasty retracement back up? Well, keep in mind, there's a reason that prop firms are restricting gold, and it's not because you're making too much money on it. It's because it's a very dangerous asset to go and trade. Very dangerous asset to go and trade. All right, we should have a continuation into trend now. Oh, my chickens were just running across the driveway. Caught them in the corner of my eye. Should have a continuation into trend now. We're right at the top of that trend line. This is a very, very, very steep trend. Very steep trend. But it is still a trend to the downside. Very steep. With max account drawdown of 2,000 for my last question, if you want a prop account and you had 30 calendar days to pass it, with a profit target of 3,000, what kind of daily target would I use? I typically like risking about 200 per trade. So if you're restricted to 30 days, and that's another way that prop firms will get you. If you're restricted to the time frame that you have to pass the account or the time that you have to trade the account, you're going to rush more than you should. Everything should be taken at your pace. You're not trying to make as much as someone else. You're trying to better your position. Sorry about that. I'll fill out the, I didn't realize the screen was so narrow today. So I like to risk about 200 per trade, 160 to 200 per trade. With those trades continuing, I like to use the buffer that I've built for the day, and I always stop after 2 losses. Making everything more experience and my buying power weaker or more expensive, I think is what you were going for there. Not more experience. There's that flush right back down now. A very nasty flush. And gold is crawling right back up after that massive drop. Yeah, make sure you definitely use the manual lockout. That's there for a reason. You can try using your willpower, but I can guarantee at any phase in your trading career, you will, and it still happens to everyone that I know too, you will be inclined to come on and take more trades without that lockout button. So for one account, is 200 your max loss limit? If I take 2 losses, my max loss limit for the day would be 400. If it's on a account that I have to, and it's all dependent on your situation as well. I have been trading long enough that I can afford to size a little differently than, say, risking X amount in a prop account. I have the capital and I have the ability to go a little more aggressive in evals. But all the funded accounts that I have, I trade the same exact way. I always risk the same amount. I always make sure that I am not oversizing. I'm not over leveraging. I'm not over trading is the more important part. Now, sometimes I'm not perfect. I do go and overtrade. I do go and oversize. But the constant battle that you have with this in trading is making sure that you don't consistently do this. You don't consistently tilt. You don't consistently oversize and over leverage and trade more than you should. Trade setups outside of where you should be trading setups. So you need to make sure you take advantage of lockout features. You make sure that you get away from where you're trading the worst statistics for where you're trading, where do you trade the worst? Where do you trade the best? What time frames do you trade the worst? What time frames do you trade the best? All those stats are things that you need to understand for your own trading. Looks like gold should continue to get kabooshed here. So there was that pull, but that V shape all the way back up, and now it's coming back down quite a bit. Expensive oil means expensive flights. Everything's expensive if oil is expensive. If you guys have ever watched Landman, I think it's in like the first 3 episodes, he explains how much of the US is made out of oil or relies on oil. Your shoes, plastic bags, petroleum, not oil, but everything is made out of oil in the US. Everything. Almost another bounce off 24.5 there. Definitely getting another continued meltdown. Nasty price action today. For anyone that enjoys shorting, this is all for you. This is your market. So make peace. Make a peace, US. Yeah, everyone runs on oil, petroleum. All right, we do have 9 minutes left. Even tea bags from plastic oil. Yep. The amount of stuff that contains oil is mind-boggling. We're aggressively moving right now. I'm watching on the 1 minute chart on a separate tab for MNQ. Separate monitor, and it is aggressively pushing up and down. Awesome job, can only dream. Don't forget your part by drinking. Sake paper straws. My best tip for a day like today is to vacate your trading setup. Do not sit yourself in front of your trading setup for the rest of the day and try to catch continued trades on this movement. Something that I even struggle with, and I will continue to struggle with, and I will always struggle with in trading, is making sure that I am not in the market at the wrong time, because it's so easy to go and hit a buy or sell button. It's very, very easy. Do you have any income sources apart from trading currently? I'm finding it really hard to trade with trading being my only income. I do. I have income sources from Discord. I have income sources from doing one-on-ones, income sources from prop affiliates. So trading itself is not my only source of income. It's not the only thing that I do. I have multiple sources of income. Ash talks about this all the time. Trading is too volatile to be your only source of income. You can base all of your income structure off of trading, like what I just ran through there. Prop firm affiliates, you have one-on-ones or education that you might do. There's other things that you can do with trading that will increase your income, but trading itself is a little too, you cannot rely solely on prop firms or trading on prop firms for your only source of income. There are many other things that you should be including. So to answer your question, no, trading is not my only source of income. The concept of trading is my main source of income, but trading itself is not the only thing that I do. It's all right. I'm locked out of my other account, so no revenge trading. I still think we're going to get down to 591 today. It's just a matter of how long it takes. We still have 4.5 hours in the day, so it's plenty of time. We're only down 0.23% as well. Trend is very strong to the downside. Gold's trend very strong to the downside from last night, from yesterday, from Tuesday's high. Very strong move to the downside. We are $2 away from that opening week range, that low on SPY and on Qs. So very good chance that we continue price to this degree. This aggressive move to the downside. London close time so funky for me with DST in North America. Yeah, daylight savings time is a pain. Make sure that you guys are taking advantage of the current sales MyFundedFutures offers. $97, and these are all code YouTube, by the way, for the best sales that you can get. $97 for the Rapids. I believe the promo is also 20% off for the pros. If someone could put that in chat for me, that'd be great. 50K rapid plan, just 97, 38% discount, 2 uses. That expires next Tuesday. Make sure you guys are taking advantage of that. The rapid accounts are my choice. They're my favorite. The daily payouts are nice. They are a little difficult to get over the trailing intraday drawdown on. So if that trailing intraday drawdown is not for you, you can go and use the flex accounts. You can go use the pro accounts. New users 50% off for the pro accounts. YouTube for the extended promo, 30% off unlimited uses. Zinc, you're really W. Thank you. Yeah, go ahead and drop a 1 for me in chat today if this calm approach to the market helps you with hopefully not overtrading while we are getting this insane dump right now. Insane dump. Very nice, very nice. We got 2.5 minutes left on the segment here. If you guys have any additional questions, any additional last minute questions, throw them my way. You could use psych levels, yeah. Psych levels, I do put quite a bit of emphasis behind, but for a day like this, free fall is the only thing that you're going to be able to capitalize on. It's going to be very difficult for you to also try and time when you're going to get an entry. Gold, especially. Like if you're trying to put 10-point stops on gold or 5-point stops on gold, you're not really going to be able to capitalize on the movement down. You're most likely going to get stopped out on a wick back up. So it's a very difficult market to try and jump in on. So the entire point that I'm trying to make here. It's not a market that you want to put your foot on the gas. W guys, Mr. Zinc, thank you. Very nice trade for Emma in chat. Thank you, Billy. I appreciate your calm guidance. I followed you on X. Thank you. Thank you. Gold is jumping all over the place. This is way too volatile to try to trade. Way too volatile to try to trade. And Qs, again, my target for today, I'm going to keep restating this, is going to be down to 591. I think we're going to get probably a pretty nasty melt into the afternoon. I think it will probably continue down to that level for quite some time. Only downside is trying to time entries. I don't think that's going to be feasible for today. All right, guys, I know we didn't get any trades up, but we got some damn good education in. Coming up on the end of the segment. Next up, we got Methodical Man. Maybe Methodical Man, we'll see. I think he had an issue with his dog, unfortunately. But that will do it for me today, guys. Thank you for having me. Again, I will be live next Friday, same time. His dog got injured, so he had to take care of it. Yes. Let's see if he gets on. But that will do it for me today, everyone. Be safe. Trade responsibly the rest of the day. I will catch you later. Have a great rest of your Friday. Peace out.
Charts go insane, you know, legend just locked in again. Bull Barbie's got that red hot streak, and methodical man's moves are sleek. Trends don't chase, trends surrender. S&P and NASDAQ, remember her. Stops freeze and profits obey when these two trade.
Hello, good morning. I guess it's just me and my lasers today. It sounds like Methodical is dealing with an emergency with his dog. I hope that works out. So, thoughts with Max right now. Yeah, the market has given us kind of similar to yesterday, to be honest, where, well, for this time of day, we've had a complete trend lower, and we're getting a little bit low to keep shorting. Maybe not. We kind of got these lows down here on ES. We should still have them on NASDAQ as well. We can go look at that chart in a little bit. I'll compare them. But what I have been kind of looking at was, yeah, basically, so we're getting close to the lows. Shorts are getting a little bit more dangerous. I kind of came into today thinking that we were going to be more choppy than anything else. So I think that this drop is a little bit dramatic for kind of what I was seeing pre-market and in the morning. So that makes me think that we still could get the reversal. It's not totally setting up yet, but you can. So one of the things, I haven't shown y'all this in a while because, you know, we've had a lot of trades lately, to be honest. But I've got this line chart where I compare the different indexes, and I think ES is actually missing from it right now. I'll fix that. But these kind of prettier colors are the indexes, and then I keep the volatile things that should be kind of reverse correlated with us. So that's the VIX and the dollar, and I keep them on a line chart like this so that I can kind of watch the comparison. When we have an expansion away from them, that's good for, you know, whichever direction they're going. When they start moving together, that's when I like to start kind of being cautious or looking for a rotation. We're starting to see that here, but that's what I wanted to be a little bit careful of. On ES, I'm a little bit more interested if we can play down here. I'm a little bit jealous that Overnight got to play this move. Look at this bounce. I didn't get to take that. I was sleeping. Well, this is actually old text. So this thing over here is free. This has always kind of been on one of my main layouts, but sometimes it gets lost. This is free, just using the comparison on TradingView. I have a video on how to do this if you want to kind of step through it. But you add the first one that you want to add, make it a line chart, and then you do the little compare. I don't have my preview. You may not be able to see this. Let me move it. We have this little plus up here is for compare, and you can add extra things. Just make them all different lines, and y'all know I have things color coded, right? A little nerdy. That's me. So this is the colors that I use. ES is cyan, NASDAQ is magenta, YM is purple, and then I keep the volatility ones kind of brighter like that. So that's the US dollar, which has been giving us some nice correlation lately again. And VIX. VIX is pretty high right now, up at 27. So that's why I'm not like really like itching to get long just yet. I would rather still be continuing a short, which I'm not. I was looking at it up here. I didn't take it. Oops. Okay, so I wanted to come show you. I have on another screen. Oh, yeah, this chart where I compare them. And I was watching these lows right here. Right now, everything's really synced up nice. But I want to see if we start getting that reversal. The Mo roll's trying to reverse. The MACDs have been negative all day, so we would need that to change. I was just thinking it makes a little bit more sense if we get a little bit more down lower. Yesterday's low on ES is at 66.71.75. They're both my girls, ES and NQ. So I'm looking for that previous day low. It's actually here. Let me show you this too. That previous day low and this little wick from overnight, this one I caught, y'all. I was sitting here coding I've got a lot of coding projects I've been wrapping up, and I saw this come. I bought that last night. But that's a level that I'm kind of watching here. So we could potentially, what do y'all think? Do we have a short off of here? We could. Either we're going to start reversing and kind of start getting over this level, or we'll get another little move kind of lower. But we're getting to an interesting spot. Yeah, this is a good little level. So I try to mark the major ones that I get. I color code everything. It makes day trading a little bit faster. The pink levels that I mark are usually the higher time frame levels that I'm looking at. A lot of times it's hourly or 4 hours. Sometimes it's daily. And then I mark gap or gap type areas in yellow. And then when I add some other little things kind of intraday that might be a little more minor, but I want to pay attention to them, I mark them in a different color like purple. All right, y'all. I think you've been hearing about it all week, but that's because it's a good deal. We have the 50K rapid plan for just $97 right now. So that's 38% off if we need to be exactly. That has a profit split of 90-10, and that discount, a lot of times it's different for new or existing users. Right now it's the same. So both new and existing users get that discount. With code YouTube, you get to use it twice, and that's going to expire next week, it looks like. So watch out for that one. We also have the 25K flex account for only $49, which is kind of crazy. That's for new users. Existing users still get it for a great deal at $77. So don't miss out on those discounts. I know they renew them, but you can't count on them renewing them. So if you like that discount, get it taken care of. What's up, Adam? Ooh, we did get that. Yeah, we got that little retest. I think we are still coming down to the 66.40. I'm kind of at that spot where I'm not wanting to screw up the day. I didn't get a lot of trades in this morning. I'm kind of counting more on what I did last night a little bit. We're going to go into the weekend with on a high. Spring break too. Spring break I know starts earlier in the southern latitudes, but we're there. Yeah, we're going to have to check in on Max when we get a chance too. I'm going to be checking in on Max. I didn't know he had stuff going on until just a little bit ago. That sucks. I hate it when the fur babies have problems at all. It's very stressful. They can't tell you what's going on. Miss Kay's here. Good morning to you too. All right, so I'm still watching down here. I'm also kind of watching the order flow because we're coming into roll week next week. Order flow is not going to be as friendly. This is probably one of the last days it's going to work real well, but I'm watching that down here, and I'm seeing a little bit of support come up at 66.33. Sorry, 53 on ES off of this low, but this is a 15-minute. Let me move a little bit lower. I've been doing really well trading on these higher time frames, y'all. But we've got a trend line. So that's one of the things that I'm kind of looking for. It would be, I really like these setups when we have a major level. And for me right now, it's going to be the 41. I didn't even mark that last night. It just happened to hit that nicely. I missed it by a point because that was a previous level from the beginning of the week. But when we get down there, if we're going to start breaking this trend line, that's going to be more interesting to me than trying to get anything going immediately. I'm going to be patient. Yeah, so this setup that I do, I call this the Stampede in the Trading Ranch, because to me, I look at it as like, we got a little fence line here and some, we're cornered here and we need a stampede to be able to break through it. And it ends up being a reversal setup. We're just not there yet. I'm watching the MACDs too. I really love a good MACD divergence. We do have a little bit on the hourly, but when I see it on the shorter time frames, that gets a little more excited for, you know, a Friday heading into midday. So we'll see. What's up, Eric? I'm the worst with names. I like making Myth bomb them for me. Definitely smash the likes today. We are we gotta close the week out strong. And likes are good luck. Positive vibes. I've told y'all this before, but if you have positive vibes throughout your day, it really does spill into your trading. There's a lot of negative self-talk that we do throughout our trading sessions, and we'll be, you know, I can't do this. This is too hard. I'm stupid because I took that trade, whatever it is. And we, for one thing, our brains listen to that negativity a little bit louder than they listen to positivity, which sucks. But then we tend to focus on it more too, and carry it with us longer. So that's why you a lot of times have to kind of make the conscious effort to not let those thoughts come in, because you let it come in about when you're making dinner or driving down the road or whatever else you're doing. That's the same habit that lets you bring it into your trading while you're in your trading session. We don't have any time for that. Oh, Methodical Man is here watching. Make sure y'all get your likes in. See, he's busy with his dog and he's still here making sure that y'all get it. That's dedication. Y'all get the likes for Methodical and Max. We need those likes. Where are we at? So close to 500, right? I'm refreshing because it doesn't always refresh live for me. 5 more. 5 more. We can get that. Yeah, we need our Max report. MMNQES. I agree with that too. I grew up watching the news because the internet didn't have the level of news that it does now, for better or for worse. And so that was just the thing you do. But yeah, these days, because it's competing with the internet for clicks and attention, basically, they're having to do the same mental games with. So literally, I mean, I've studied marketing. They literally teach you to use negative things, like YouTube titles too. They teach you to use a negative title because people are more likely to click on a negative title, like, oh, how I blew my account, how I got wrecked, than they are a positive title like, this is how I keep my account going for 6 months or whatever. That's just the way our brains work. We have to always battle that. We do have a giveaway going on X. Abhishek has posted the details in chat. I think y'all know the drill. And of course, you can always go watch what Bear Trades does, because he always has great ones. But you just need to share or repost the stream on X. You can get creative if you want. And one share, like every single time you share it, you get an entry. So you can do that every single day. Winners will be connected on X, and we'll announce them here as well. Oh, yeah, we got Max with the long back, getting the back issues. He's getting the old man back. Here we are. We're coming down to this level. I mean, this is kind of aggressive. So that's why I like to kind of watch for what Methodical would consider the backdoor here, which is the Stampede entry. So we want to wait until we get back above this. Sometimes it still fakes us out, but then we have, as close as we can get to this line, we're going to have a much more defined risk. So from here, I can see that I have my next target up there. It's 66.71. And then I have another target up there, that dang 66.93 that I couldn't shut up about the other day. And we have some really clear areas there. And I still haven't been able to take my SPY swing. The market still hasn't given me that. It's tempted me so many times. I've got so many of those suckers on my watch list right now. Does not had me get long. I'm ready. I'm ready to go. This thing's going to make me bring my computer with me on vacation next week. All right. Are the days like today with the orb? So I screwed up, and I've been having an issue with my computer that I just didn't get fixed. and it keeps losing data this week. I didn't even get in my orb, but let's look at it because it did end up paying. The one yesterday was kind of irritating because it was kind of rude. Basically, oops, I've changed the wrong chart. Yesterday it paid the retest entries really well. This is just not the one I took. We're still watching NASDAQ, or we're still watching ES, but NASDAQ's on the same pattern down here. So I'm going to watch it when we get down to that ES level. But this is my opening range breakout tool where I have the little targets. So technically it would have gotten in NASDAQ long and then stopped out. The second entry would have worked. It's been a theme this week. So it did get triggered long, and then the same thing on ES got stopped out. The retest one works there too. And this one went for a pretty nice profit. This has been one thing I just haven't had enough time to research yet. I've been working on my reversal bot too that I haven't shown people in a really long time. But that's one of the things that I want to test when I get kind of at a good stopping point on that one, is to see how this works. Plus Methodical's pre-orb, because I think this is like a really cool opportunity. If you can be trading in here, get a little something going. I don't know about y'all. I feel good when I get like a first little trade, even if I just get like a little quick $50 micros trade going pre-market, just to get that little something going. Then like, especially when you open up a trade after open, your account doesn't immediately go into any drawdown. And it's just it's the little things, right? All right, how do we do on the likes? We gotta get our likes in for Max. Let's see how we're doing. Oh my gosh, it says 499. One of you guys, Deba Deep, did you do it? Lewis White, Rocky Mountain. I think Rocky hit the like way earlier, actually. Who else we got? Namdo, Emma Art. Y'all get? I bet Emma got away this morning too. You know, we thank each other for being on the screen, and you know, it is hard to take trades. Let me get over to this other one, speaking of trades, because I'm watching this. We thank the behind the scenes staff a lot. I really want to thank y'all too. So this has been 11 months I've been here, and I really want to thank y'all for sticking with this. It was a brand new stream. There's been a lot of changes. Y'all have been here from day one and helped us out. You help us on today's, like today, when we want to get our likes up for Max. And this is the reason I do it. When I first came to the show, y'all don't know this. I'm still watching this trade, don't worry. I wish it had come a little bit lower first. But y'all don't know this, but when I first came on here, I'm not a morning person. Some of y'all know that. But I started waking up an hour earlier, because I have kids and I have animals to feed and all that. So I already have kind of hectic mornings. But I got up an hour early to come on and deliver y'all all of those things we did at the very beginning, with chart of the day and a special little 5 to 10 minute lesson. And okay, I've always done analysis in the morning, but I was giving y'all the extra good one. I was spending extra time because I usually focus really just on the ES, and I was giving y'all NASDAQ too. I don't know, that's some of the best streaming ever, and that's some of the most fun. So thank y'all for being a part of all of that. Can you believe how far we've come? From 0 to over 60,000 subscribers. Y'all got me over the likes for Max. Thank you. We've got, I'm showing 507. It might be going up a little bit still. Mine always gets a little behind. So thank y'all for that. Okay, I'm still watching this. I think, yeah, I've been here since day one. I'm the only thing left from day one. Everything else has changed. I miss doing the mornings with y'all, to be honest, but that's all right. We gotta have change. We gotta have growth. Sometimes there's just not room for everything. We've got a lot of new great traders on here. And I think one of my favorite things about trading communities, I mean, I have the trading ranch, but this is a trading community too, right? MyFundedFutures community. And I think one of the great things about that community is we all have our different trading styles and different ways that we connect with the market. And collaborating with other traders has given me so much I didn't used to have. Like a couple of years ago, I was really only able to take like really slow setups. Hanging around SK and Methodical and everybody around here has really improved my scalping, and not just my ability to see the scalping setups, but to go ahead and feel like I could take them. So that's one of the greatest things. I've said this, we'll bring this back to what I said before about staying positive. There's a lot of different opinions about how to trade. We got, I mean, ICT is like one of the biggest ones that people like to fight about. There's no sense in fighting about trading. We're all just trying to do a good job here. We'll get it. Is silver plummeting? I noticed gold is down. The dollar's still cranking too, though. I haven't been on trading the metals today. I did look at gold this morning. I haven't looked at silver yet, but I did notice that the dollar's been on a pretty major tear, and it's going right with VIX. This is how the market used to behave a couple years ago. It's kind of funny this happened during, we're heading into roll week. We can talk about that in a little bit too. But we've had some really good correlations. So all the pink and purple and blue pretty indexes here, they're all trading lower today. And the guys that kind of show us the indication that there's a little bit of going on that we can't see, they're both up. So the dollar has made it over 100. This is the dollar index that I'm looking at, the DXY. It's over 100. It's bull flagging right now. The VIX has been just steady climbing up. So just in case I haven't explained any of this, or haven't explained this to some of y'all yet, the VIX is the volatility index. So they call it the fear and greed index too. If there's fear and greed vibes in the market, this goes up. What happens when we have fear and greed vibes in the market? They go down. The indexes go down. The deal with the dollar is you have to remember that the indexes are comprised of a whole bunch of different stocks, and they all kind of have their specialty, right? Like NASDAQ is tech. ES is tech, but it's blended with some not just tech, but some other really strong stocks. The Dow's kind of the old school staples, Russell's the small caps. There's all these different things that make up all these different stocks. And these companies that are represented by these stocks, a lot of them are doing business on the global market. That's why they're publicly listed. They're massive companies. The higher the dollar goes compared to the other countries' currency, the harder it is for those American companies to get the best price for what they have going on. It makes it harder for them to do business. It's more expensive for the other countries to do business with the United States when that's going on. Yeah, we got our 500 likes. Thanks, y'all. Should we just see how far we can go? I mean, this is for Max today. This is for Max. I was just looking to see, I saw y'all mentioning some giveaways. Did I miss any? I hope I didn't miss announcing. If I missed announcing, we'll do a confetti party for y'all. Anyway, so this is really what I've been watching today. Roll week is, we have that once a quarter. It's my least favorite week to trade. So that's coming up next week. I will be on vacation. But it's just, honestly, I'm not saying it's bad for y'all. It's bad for my trading style a little bit because I depend a lot on some volume-based things like order flow, and it gets a little weird because we've got the volume split between two different contracts. Okay, we got St. Patty's Day coming up next week too. Are y'all having some fun? I've already got my outfit planned. There will be shenanigans. Y'all distracted me. I lost my train of thought. We were gonna look at silver though. We got Dell over here. Let me put it on gold so we can kind of see what's working with both of those. So these are the hourlies. That is a big dump. I'm going to go down to the 15 so we can see a little bit bigger. Oh, look at that little bear flag break on silver too. Oh, that one's the 5. We'll go to the 5 on this one too. I know y'all like the small time frames. Man, very bearish. I've been wanting to trade some metals with Methodical in the evening. Although he likes going long, so I have to see if they could talk him. These metals could talk him short here. I did trade last night though, y'all. Barbie, do you keep the orb running after a losing streak or pause it? This week wasn't good for the 15-minute orb. No, it wasn't. I think my account's down. We got a lot of break-even hits, but we had a couple of losses too. I think my accounts are down at least $200. I don't remember. I don't take a break because it's a mechanical trade. Like, if you can tell me logically why we would take a break, maybe I'll change my mind. But when I think about it, there's it's just the probabilities. I have come to the market multiple times this week and told y'all I don't think that this looks good for the orb. It ended up being good if you played the second one. I turned mine to I'm only trading the first, and then this week has been a great example of trading multiple times. But it's really a numbers game. Anytime it's a mechanical trade like this, it's a numbers game. And if you are not good at, if you're not trading it manually, or if you're not real great at kind of getting the vibes from the market that it's going to be choppy or trendy, sometimes even though when we get the trendy days, it'll, run liquidity one day and then go the other way and kind of screw you over. That is why it's not my only trading strategy. Some of the beginner traders I see, I don't know, this advice must be coming from somebody, but there's, just have your one trading strategy. You only need one model, entry model, whatever. And I disagree with that. But, sometimes the market's harder to read than others. And that goes for any strategy. And it could be like maybe my order flow strategies and my MACD strategies are harder to read in the market this week. And Billy Bob's strategy over here with consolidation zones or whatever is doing great. And that's fine, but that's why we kind of diversify a little bit. Sometimes the mechanical strategies do better than I do. Sometimes they don't. So I like having multiple tools in my tool belt. I'm still watching this, by the way. We're still watching this guy. It's very slow. I just really don't want to rush this. We're following this trend line down. If we'd break through this trend line, it could get a little ugly. There's not a lot down there, to be honest. I mean, we got like 6,600, 6,620. I didn't even mark those out on this chart, but they are there. So that's why I'm expecting to see some buyers step in here. I see a little bit happening in the mid 40s. I want to see them really step in by the 6640 since that was our low, our pre-market low. Let's go look at what it was on NASDAQ here too. So the NASDAQ low is there at 24,391. Almost there. So these are those lows that I'm watching here. It'd be interesting. NASDAQ's running it and ES isn't. We gotta wait for that. Interesting. Yeah, you have to be an OG if you saw Matt Leach come on. He's not one of the camera guys. I don't think they've managed to get him back on. Your biggest difficulty in risk management is accepting a losing day. It is. I think, unfortunately, because it's like a catch-22, it gets easier the longer you trade because you end up having fewer of them. But I think the way you have to look at it is you have your risk math. You should have your risk math. If you don't, keep working on it so that if you have a red day or 2 or 3, it doesn't blow your account and your winning days can make up for that. Like you should have a hard stop because there's a point that, if you're going for $300, $500 a day in your accounts, I kind of I kind of think that, oh, he missed the bull Barbarian Forest. We had a good segment going there for a while. But what was I saying? I got distracted by these winners. Okay, X winner. This is going to be embarrassing. Raul, I think I can do that one. Like, right? Google form winners. We have Farmer Thala, AJ. We have Heads Up, Eyes Low. That's interesting. Where are my balloons? We have Ernest. We have Flo. If y'all are here, let us know. Congratulations to y'all. Okay, but y'all, okay, you guys know if we're going for a few $100s in our accounts, and I tend to think of it, I realized I wasn't going aggressive enough in my 100Ks, but I kind of think of it like $300 in a 50K, $100 or $500 in a 100K. I know that doesn't sound that exciting, but it's something that you can kind of go for every day, get that account done and wrapped up. But then on the flip side, if that's what your risk is, you have to make sure that you're not going over that on your loss days. You have to be able to make that up. So your loss days have to be smaller than what your daily goal is. And I know it's fun to pass the accounts in a couple of days, but I think that should be the exception more than the rule. And I don't see any problem allowing yourself like 15 trading days to get through an account. We have plenty of time with that. And those that consistency that you build, you know, spending a little bit more time in the accounts instead of trying to get it done in a couple days, you get the pressure off yourself, and then you set up a pace that's a lot more easy to maintain at the funded stage. And we focus a lot on you know, just getting from the evaluation into that sim funded stage. But you have to remember the end goal is still to be put onto live funded, right? That's where you get your orders in the real live market. That's real trading. Like right now we're doing sim trading, and that's, I guess, really our on the job training, right? We can prove ourselves while we're doing that. But at the end of the day, you have to kind of always be working towards that long-term goal too. All right, I'm looking to see, did we get everybody confirmed? No re-rolls? Let's go. I'm gonna go for some more confetti. Hopefully it'll do it. There it goes. There it goes. I'm still watching this low, so we did get it on NASDAQ, and we still have not gotten it on ES. We're looking for 6640. That's the number. All right, 6640. Be right below this yellow line. It looks like it's trying to break above a little bit sooner. If it does that, it could be a little bit powerful here too. Let's see. Am I ready to enter if I have this? That's not the right one. Okay. Now we are. I tried something different because it's technically hard to share my NinjaTrader screen and my TradingView screen at the same time. But I think I have the account synced. Hopefully it works right on my TradingView. So it was working yesterday. Congrats, y'all. I want to check in on those accounts. I know, so in my community, we had some extra rapid giveaways. I know some of the other hosts have had some rapid giveaways too. We're going to be checking in on the YouTube giveaways and all of the rapid giveaways this week. We're going to be checking in, make sure you guys are following the plan. You gotta come up with the plan and trade the plan. All right. Well, Myth would have said it was top of the hour 3 minutes ago. Still waiting to see if we're gonna hit the 6640 on ES or not. We are starting to try to break above this trend line a little bit early. In this case, I would definitely not go full size. I'm probably just gonna try this with one little guy here. I have some books on my website if you want some good trading books. I think a lot of these books are really specialized, but like obviously Trading in the Zone, that's a good one, and there's like the Complete Guide to Volume Price Analysis and all that. Those are kind of the things that we talk about a lot. I think in as far as the books go, because there's so much good technical training online, I try to stick with things that are more mindset. Like that's me personally. Like there's even a book called Mindset that I've read. Any of those kind of trading psychology books. I also really like what's it called? The Best Loser Wins, the Tom Hogard book is really good. And I know that those aren't necessarily investing, but they do really help with that. I don't know if I've read one that's like really good for just like straight up investing. I would probably look for things in our Discord. We talk about things like covered calls and selling options and things like that in order to start building our portfolio of other things that we're holding like stocks. Yeah, trading in the zone is great. And I actually, maybe it's just the way that my brain learns, but I got different things out of his 4-part seminar that they have on YouTube. A bunch of people have kind of reposted it, but if you can find a good one, there's a 4-part recording. It's really long. I had to listen to it a little bit fast, but if you read the book and watch that, like you got the Mark Douglas stuff pretty well covered. One Good Trade is another one, but see, these are all like day trading books too. But I don't know, for me, I think it comes from all of the, I mean, trading is contrary to a lot of the things that we were raised to understand. And that's why I think that the psychology books and kind of understanding what's going on in your brain a little bit helps a lot. Obviously, I might be a little partial to YouTube. That's where I put my stuff. But yeah, I think when it comes to technical stuff, it is a lot easier to spend time with the charts. I think the problem that a lot of traders have, because I've been there too, I'm much better about this now, but it's something I had to develop. It's like when you're sitting in front of the charts, you just want to be trading. And sometimes you have to be sitting in front of the charts to learn and study. These days, I'm pretty good about splitting that because I can come in the morning session and get kind of my bread and butter trades done. Man, this is tempting me in a little bit higher than I wanted. I don't like this. I don't like this quite yet. And maybe I'm going to miss it, but I didn't see the order flow that I wanted to come in down there. And so I'm wondering if they're still going to keep bringing it down. I might have missed it though, y'all. This is why order flow starts getting really hard when we get into roll, because I could have been missing some of the stuff that's on the other contract. Yeah, we've had a lot of changes. I really liked the very beginning. I know like you can't ever keep like the beginning magic and all that, but those were. There's a quote from The Office, like Andy says, "You don't know they're the good old days until they're past." You know, that's so true. I didn't see what, so I want a confirmation down here, either in Delta or in, give me anything, a MACD setup, whatever. I didn't get anything here yet, and I was hoping that we were going to get a little bit lower. This isn't like a big old Hulk smash, you know. You're going to work for horse pellets? Oh my God, I just had to unload some hay yesterday. I'm strong now, though. Barbie doesn't skip hayday. No, we're crying. No. Howdy, Gabriel. I haven't seen you around in a while either. Speaking of OGs, one of the OG One of the OG watchers around here. Yeah, see, we didn't really get a lot of power on that. Oh. I don't have my mill roll on this chart. Let me switch here. We did get the rollers there. Dang it. It's just not clean. It's trying to make me FOMO in. Not gonna do it, market. Nobody changed your name while you're on vacation. Come on. For 3 months. Wow. Clear head now, right? Hopefully. I hope you got a clear head. Hope you're doing good. Come update us. Trading Ranch Discord. We don't bite. Not very hard. Might kick a little, but you know. Where are we on likes? We got over 500 for max. Thank you very much. We're all on our bonus likes now. We've gotten up to 520. That's a pretty good number too, right? Don't forget we have 20% off the rapid plans. Take advantage of that while it's hot. You know the code. Code YouTube. Get you the good stuff. Oh, that's amazing, Dave Mack. So, my traders in my group, even from before I came to MyFundedFutures, our kind of goal was to use our prop accounts, our prop payouts, to start funding our own cash account. So we're being our own prop firm too. Then you can have your, ideally, you can have your multiple funded accounts copying to your own live account too, with just starting really small with micros. And that's what he's talking about, that he's gotten that balance up from $500 up to $4,000. That's amazing. These are the kind of things everyone's like, oh no, that's not possible. That's the comments. You can't do that. And I'm like, dude, let me introduce you to my friends ES and NASDAQ, along with a little bit of 0DTE options. Go hard or go home, right, crowd? Raphael trades. I feel the same way. Like, I have furniture I haven't gotten rid of, like our bedroom furniture, because it was my first big girl furniture purchase. It's dated, but it's comfy, and I don't care because I'm just attached to it because that was my first big girl furniture purchase. We do have some giveaways. Just keep watching in chat. We should have some more coming up later for Matt's segment to close out the day and the week. What do y'all think? It's been a wild week. I feel like it's always like that on roll week anyway. And then we've got the very volatile year that we're already in. We're down on the week. I'm wanting to dip buy. Market's just not quite giving me the bat signal yet. Oh, we're going to have a really rough time right now getting through 66.62. That just came up. That's going to screw up my long idea. Darn it. Darn it. Not giving it to me, are you, market? That's all right. That's all right. You know what I'm excited to get is my new ice maker. So I feel you on that. I had to get a temporary one. It's not hitting the spot. I gotta have my crunchy ice. It's my little, as you become an adult, you end up with your weird little comfort items. And for me, it's my nugget ice machine. But it's broken right now. They have to fix it. I need my comfort nugget ice. We didn't quite get that London low, though. We got to 44 on ES. I really wanted the London low. That would make this whole setup a little bit easier, I think. 'Cause NASDAQ has gotten it and ES hasn't. I can go back. Oh yeah, this chart I can put NASDAQ on. And then we can come back here and there's that low on NASDAQ, just barely tagged it. And over here, ES is like, nah, not yet. We're going to make Barbie wait on a Friday. I was going to go shopping. It knows, the market knows I'm waiting for this to go shopping, doesn't it? I gotta play Ice Ice Baby when I fire it up. Those are my jams. Like, sometimes when I'm in here bobbing, it's because, you know, we can't play the music that I play. We have to play license, you know, the stuff that fits with the licensing. I am often taking it back old school. Like the stream, y'all. Share it with your friends. Be sure to, you know, drop a line to Methodical Man. Let him know he's beautiful today, even if he is taking care of Max. We love him for that. He's beautiful for taking care of our buddy Max today. Come on, trade. I'm starting to get a MACD cross. I'm starting to. On the 5-minute. It's not my favorite, but I'm still concerned with the 66-62 level. So right now we've only got 5 points away from that, and our low is 10 points away. So it's not real good yet. Oh boy. Anybody else get in a group text last night that's going crazy? They gotta chill. The market is marketing still. Okay. Come get it, ES. We want all the way down. Bring us down all the way. Maybe. They're also going to try to hold it above 47. That's not what we want for this sweep. We want to get a sweep through here, get our full reversal signal that I have not gotten yet. I don't want to short down here. Plus, we gotta have positive vibes, right? I don't know. I do tend, y'all know this, I tend to favor the bullish trades. But I'm fine waiting for them when I'm feeling that sort of way. So, it's all good. That's something that's come a lot with time for trading. I used to feel very pressured, like, well, if I didn't make my money today, I'm screwed. But the longer, I think the longer you do it, the more you have the confidence that, you know what, there's going to be another opportunity, and there's going to be another opportunity, and I'm not going to get every single one, but I'm going to get the opportunities, and I'm going to start figuring this out where I can make a pattern out of this that's positive. And that's where all the money management and stuff comes in. And when you're trading a prop eval, don't forget, you've got the whole month. You don't have to take it. It's 20 trading sessions. It's not 2 trading sessions. So I like to have that that kind of target where I'm finding my pacing for what I need to do every day. And then I can, if I get a better run of that, great. Great. I don't have to work as long on that one. Oil is spiking. I was watching oil this morning. In 97, let's take a look. I've got it over here where we can watch everything a little bit at once. Or I used to. Never mind. I took it off of that one. We'll go over here. We'll watch some crude. I want to keep an eye on the tick chart down here too, because we have been at low extremes. So this is potentially part of that setup. And then I still have the line chart. This one does not have the extras, the dollar, the Dow, and the Russell, but that's okay. This is like my cleaned up version. I do a video on that. It's just older. If you want to set that up. On NinjaTrader, you can only add 3 things at once. So it's just kind of where this came from. But on TradingView, you can add quite a few. Methodical Man is kind of cute. Is that who you're talking about? I've just found that in my trading, I mean, I've rushed like every single person here, and we've all rushed, right? I've just found that once I was able to relax and just focus on the trades and not the account, that the account comes. You still have to have a plan, because I struggle with that all the time. We've got all these volatile ranges. So a year ago, we weren't getting 60 points randomly in the ES. And so you're always having to pay attention to the ATRs and things. I don't think I have ATR on this chart today. Yeah, I have it on my other chart. So like the ES ATR is at about 12. So that's a little bit healthy. It's for the 5-minute candles. And, you know, I do a much better job of kind of taking that into consideration so I can be a little bit more realistic. That's one of the hardest things, is making sure that you are, you know, the consistency rule, you know, gets a bad rap and everything. But when we're talking about actual trader consistency, you want to be able to repeat being able to get more profit than you lose most of the time, because that's where the numbers game is. Now, right now we're seeing how low it can go. The gold's, oh man, look at it go. Almost up there to the new highs. I mean, that's crude. I was saying gold, but I was looking at crude. You know what I mean? To my brain, just go to spring break 10 minutes early. But there it is up there, the high 97. See if we get back up to 100. We were at 100 the other day, weren't we? I think we got there. Oops. I put that on the wrong. This guy. I want to zoom out on this guy. 119. So we did come down and fill that gap, consolidate below it, and now it's trying to push that gap level. That's a good level to watch there on crude. This open that we're now below. Are these numbers too small? They look small to me. Is that better? 98 up there. We gotta watch 98 up there on crude. So I'll zoom back out. We'll look at a 15, see how close we are. Ooh, that'll be a triple top. What do y'all think? Is the third time going to be the charm up there? Oh, look. Funded Shabam is trying to make a deal with MyFundedFutures. He says if he wins one, he's going to give 10 accounts away out of his first payout. Those are the good vibes I'm talking about. It's still trying to break this trend line without us. I do not trust this yet. It's not giving me what I want. And it could be I missed this, and that sucks. But I'm seeing a sell wall up at 66, 62. We don't have meat on the bone there. We have the delta is still kind of negative. Delta I can't trust because of the new contracts. Yeah. Brain is on spring break. Oh my gosh. Okay. Do it. Do it. NASDAQ's doing the same thing down here. Kind of candle for candle here on the 5-minute chart. When I get quiet, it's because I'm calculating order flow stuff. They're going to try to hold the 66.55. Let's see if we get above 62. We still need to get above 65, but then there's a lot more room. Up to, where are we? 75. Yeah, so I've also got the previous day low. Y'all think bull run next week? I'm starting to kind of feel like we're getting there. We keep putting in some bullish divergences on the 30-minute hourly. We even have it on the 4-hour earlier this week. One of these days that thing's going to break up. All right, here's the potential little pop here. This is getting more interesting. Do we try it? The seller's at 66.58. Right ahead of that 660 level. And Up to 62 is where I'm seeing the most orders hanging out right now. I've been trying to watch NASDAQ too. I think the NASDAQ order flow is way easier to watch pre-market and after hours. So what are y'all up to this weekend? Who else has spring break coming too? Let me know what y'all's plans are. Oh no, Izzy Lizzy, what's going on? 24 inches of snow. Sorry about that. Yeah, stay warm. Yeah. I'm not going anywhere where snow is right now. You like my background? I like it too. It's the vibes, right? I have it on my website too. It's the background, but it's supposed to be kind of show the trading ranch after a successful day. It does have a, let's see, if I move this way, maybe you can see, I don't know. I think this stuff is in the way. There's a little pink tractor and a little blue truck and some little dogs. It's very trading ranch. I've been working on a ton of things. I've been spending way more hours working than I wanted to because I've been getting all of these scripts ready. So that's kind of what's been going on over there. We're getting some new graphics to go along with it. I mean, I'm not a good help with snow. I don't know how to deal with snow. You are kind of on your own with that one. You're sad this weekend. We're bringing good vibes into the weekend. We talked about this. What kind of trading ranch is this without Tom Sabo? I know. I need some Tom Sabo. I gotta get Tom Sabo at the beach though, so he'll wear his Speedo. Probably Methodical Man too, if he keeps going on his weight loss journey, huh? We'll check in with Methodical Man in a little bit too. I am kind of interested in this crude oil double top, see if we actually get up to that spot or if we're starting to kind of trend lower. There's a potential little deal setting up there because we can put a fib on that guy. I mean, that little wick's a pretty obvious target. And then probably this one too. I don't know, is Andy here? Should we fire up the spa? Fire up the hot tub? I think so. Day's going good. You know what? Yesterday I was just in like punching bag mode. I don't know what it was. It was like everything was harder than it was supposed to be. And today I woke up to like all sorts of good news. So that's how life treats you though, right? It's when it rains, it pours both ways. My gosh, this is slow. So, you know what this is. Y'all can call it whatever you want to call it. Back in my day, we called this a pink box of shame. These days, we've been calling this an idiot box or a Tom Sabo box. But I don't need to be mean to Tom Sabo today. We can go with pink box of shame. And we do have a rocket scooter coming in soon. Are you all ready? Hit the likes on the way in. Methodical Man isn't here to scold you on that, but I am. So hit the likes on the way in. Get your rocket ships and your sunglasses. You can put some cactuses or something in there if you want to for me on the way out too. And we need to get Tom on the ranch. I told him if he visits Texas that I will take him for a ride in my Roadster. Waiting to see if our guy Matt is ready. I don't see him ready yet. You're stuck with me a little bit longer. We're still getting ready. We're getting hyped for Matt. Getting hyped. I hope that Rocket Scooter gets a rocket out of this zone, to be honest. This market has been really slow before it gets going today. And we are headed into roll week, which makes stuff a little bit less fun for at least some of us. For me, it's less fun. It's one of my least favorite weeks to trade. But there will still be opportunities. You just have to be a little bit more careful and definitely be aware that the volume is being split between two different contracts. So, I mean, I'll literally just put one up. I'll put the old contract here and the new contract here and keep an eye on things so that I know when the liquidity is on the new contract, and I might see a volume spike on one that I can't see on the other. But then again, I like simple trading. I want to keep everything as clean and easy as possible. That's not clean or easy. But I mean, if you just go based off of a lot of the kind of more mechanical probabilities based setups, like price action and well, price action is probably my favorite strategy when we're doing things like that. But just, you know, watching the swing highs and lows and making sure that you're not going to get wicked out. Sometimes you got to scale down a little bit when you're not sure. That's the way I look at it. Sometimes I come to the market and everything makes sense. And sometimes I come to the market and I'm like, what is this? And I kind of use that as a little bit of my gauge of when I can come in with a larger size and not. Yeah, next week's rollover week. I mean, there's already volume on the new contracts. I had them up here the other day, which... So yeah, this is June and this is March. I've already started marking them up, but you can see like the volume was pretty weak in here. It's growing every single day. And we've got a lot of price in the way here, but this one's still holding pretty strong. But what's going to happen is next week, these are going to start getting smaller while these bars get bigger. All right, y'all. I hear that our Rocket Scooter is ready to finish the week with y'all. So it's been a pleasure. Thank you so much. Thank you to the back end team. Thank you for the rest of the on-screen camera screen team. And of course, thanks for everyone who has been with us for all of these 11 months. Thank you so much. Love you guys. Have a great weekend. Here's Matt.
What's up, guys? Welcome to Lunch Money with Matt here on MyFundedTV. Wow. Give a hand, some W's in chat for Bull Barbie. Isn't she wonderful? Such a great show. There's a good mood today. I don't know if you ever saw, you guys have water bottles, right? I know I always like point, I don't know if I ever showed you guys my water bottle here. I've got one sticker. Like people get water bottles and put stickers on them. So I figured I'd put one sticker on, and I have the best sticker that one could possibly ever have for a water bottle. And it is, you know, Mr. Bean, right? I got this sticker when I went to an escape room, and they had like this, when you won the escape room, they're like, you can have a sticker from this box of stickers. And they all were dumb, but there was this one shining gem at the bottom, which is a Mr. Bean sticker. Okay, ready? I do like the world's best Mr. Bean impression. Okay, ready? Burn. How'd I do? The only thing he ever said was his name. Burn. This was a great show. You know, when I thought early on in life, when I was a kid, I swear Mr. Bean had like hundreds of episodes. As an adult, it's got like 10 or 11 episodes. That's it. It was never really a series either. Apparently on the BBC, he would just make these one-off episodes that they would just pop up on random times. and they were filmed years apart. It was never really a series. You never knew that. It was like kind of like some eye-opening trivia there. When I got older, I was like, man, I like to get Mr. Bean on Netflix or something and watch it. I realized there's like Mr. Bean season 1. That's it. So, you know what I'm saying? Did I know he was an engineer too? I didn't know that. Rowan Atkinson just did that. What was that one? The Man and Baby or whatever? I got the name of that show. It's pretty cool. I like that one. Anyways, does anybody want some Dr. Pepper flavored Tic Tacs? I got another story about this. See, I was watching online doom scrolling, and there was somebody that was like, yo, Dr. Pepper Tic Tacs are like the best. If you like Dr. Pepper, they fizz in your mouth. They're fizzy. It's like a soda, like Pop Rocks. I was like, all right. So I went to order some. You know, Amazon has the buy now button, which is an extremely dangerous thing to do, because I went and I picked it, and the picture was like this thing right here. And I clicked buy now. Somebody said the crunch. Oh, bro, dude, I'm a savage. I know I'm a psychopath. I don't suck on ice. I don't suck on candy. I crunch through it. So I did the buy now thing, and apparently I ordered a case of these things instead of a box of these things. So I got this delivery. Apparently I have 12 boxes of Dr. Pepper Tic Tacs, so I got to eat through them pretty quickly. I can't waste food, so IDOC keeps trying to steal them from me. She's like, you shouldn't be eating those. And one final trivia fact before we get going with the show here is Tic Tac is a 0-calorie breath mint, but that is the biggest lie in marketing there ever was. If you eat a box of Tic Tacs, you are ingesting over 100 calories and like 30 grams worth of sugar. It's like drinking a Dr. Pepper. Then how can it say 0? Well, it's a mathematical trick. See, if you set the serving size to one thing, and that one thing has 0.3 calories, you can round it down to 0 and say 0 calories. Even though it's not 0 calories, it's like less than half of a calorie. And in reality, you can't eat the whole box guilt-free. You're eating like a whole bag of candy there. You scream at your kids when they chew hard candy? Oh, I know. Anyways, I'm done. I should probably just eat real food here. I did take along to bet that we hold this area with 4 contracts. I'm up about 40K on the challenge account today. Like, I don't know. I wasn't really feeling like that we were going to be crashing out, but I'm just scalping it here. This is longer term bear zone top resistance on the S&P. Like I said, I was just playing around. Let me pocket that. I really have no desire to keep trading this. So up 37K in the challenge account, close to 500K mark again. I took a hit with the whole flowers fiasco. Trump sort of ruined my day with this. We're ahead of schedule commentary. Yeah, ahead of schedule, my ass. Like, look, today we're shipping more troops and more supplies out there, and it's just getting worse. So I'm not really bullish this market. I wanted to buy, and again, I could be right. This could rally back up to there. I've been fighting with this for about an hour, and the fact that it just went green, I decided to close out because I don't really care to fight it. I'm probably right-ish maybe to there, but I don't really care to put anything on it. If that makes sense. Anyways, how are you guys doing? How much sugar it has? Oh God, probably like 30 grams. I'm sure it's like a whole soda in that box. But they're pretty good if you like soda flavored candy. And that's one of my weird vices is I like soda flavored candy, cola flavored candy, and it doesn't taste good like good cola, but it's like that fake sort of cola flavor. I don't know, root beer flavored candy. I love it. One more story. IDOC and I went to the bank yesterday to open up a checking account for the new business. The new business is a go. So we're opening a fitness studio. And like, so we went to open up the bank account for that. And we're sitting there at Chase, and, you know, we're opening it together because we're partners on this thing. And she's in there talking to the banker. She's like, "Hey, Matt, you need to get in here." And I was like, "What?" She's like, "What are you doing?" And I'm out there, and there's like this bowl of Dum Dum lollipops, and I'm like digging through it. I swear to God, like I'm wearing a t-shirt and a hoodie and slides. I probably look like her son instead of, you know, her partner. And I'm out there digging through a bowl of lollipops. I'm like, come on, there's got to be a root beer one in here somewhere, which is, you know, like the only Dum Dum that matters is the root beer flavored one. So I'm like digging through this, and I'm like, hey, do you guys have any more bowls of candy? And they're just like, there's a couple on that other side too. And I'm going over there digging through it, and she's like yelling at me to get in there. And I just look so guilty because I'm digging through a jar full of dum-dums. Yes, I'm in my 40s, right? I'm like her 8-year-old kid. They didn't have any either. They were all out of the root beer ones, which I was very upset about because, you know, that's the whole reason to go there. So I had to have an inferior secret flavor one, which was some kind of berry flavor time. Who knows? That's the worst flavor. Whatever, you're the worst flavor, okay? Nobody cares. If you don't like root beer, I don't like you. You know, at the end of the day, the mystery flavor, you know, it's made out of. The mystery flavor is like, I think the leftover of the batch, and they just like throw it all together. And it becomes this like concoction of like berry flavored cherry. Who knows? But for me, I like root beer flavored stuff, and I was like completely jonesing for it. But anyways, welcome to the stream, guys. That being said, let's talk about today's market, right? This thing has been such a pain in my ass, and I'm sure you guys as well. It's yeah, the root beer flavor is completely like cheap. It's nostalgic, and I think that's why I like it. It's a cheap flavor. It's not even a good flavor. It tastes like fake flavor, artificial flavor, 100%. For some reason, I love it. Here we go. So market's still trending down. Every single high is selling off. This is expected inside of this wartime environment we're in. Remember back on Monday, Trump's little tweet or conversation on CBS, that made this market move, saying that we're ahead of schedule with the war. We went up and up and up. We've been trading it all back down because we're not ahead of schedule with anything. What's the schedule? But that's going to take 5 years. Maybe it's only going to take 4. This was such a stupid comment, and I knew we would price it out within, you know, pretty immediate. But still shorting every high if I can to go ahead and make money on the decline until we hear of a ceasefire presented by either A, Israel, or B, Iran. This is still going down. It's not care anything the president says. He doesn't control the two of those people fighting with each other. And it's kind of silly for us to believe that. So the market's still going to try to find its way down, pretty basically up every single high. So today's trade, I didn't do anything overnight in the, actually, no, I lied. I did do a trade overnight. I did a small trade overnight for maybe like 12,000 of that. 12, I think I can't remember now. Less than 20 for sure. I longed right off of here on this sort of dynamic monthly hedge pressure tap. Inside of here, I built a long and just closed it out right there. And then I was done for the day. And then market did all this stuff, which is interesting to see that this is sort of expanding. You guys call these megaphones or whatever, right? Where the market goes to higher highs and lower lows simultaneously. Volatility is, I call it volatility expansion. You went like a kind of a range here, then a range there, then a range there, then a range there, then a range there, right? So I showed up with profit, and then in the morning, right when the market opened, I shorted here small, I believe with 8, and then when it popped, I hit it again with 22, 24, 22, something like that. I was betting on playing the range in a volatile market. 8 is anything less than 10 for me is small. So 8 was like a teaser trade in case it just died like it was going to do. But basically built a cost basis up near upper DD band and shorted like I always will in this environment. DD ratio was less than half. So when you smash up at the top there, S&P ran up into monthly hedge pressure. Again, that's resistance. So I just shorted from there. We had a cluster resistance pivot there, which is the perfect short setup. So basically I had my 8, and then when S&P popped by proxy, I just dove into a huge position on NASDAQ. And then right when we fell back to here, I closed it out. I didn't take the whole ride down because that's not how I trade these environments. I don't want to be in a trade longer than I need to. And then market like fell to here, and I took a long from here to here, closed out. The market fell to here a second ago. I took a long from here to here and just closed out with profit, but I closed out to get out of the way. So I've been basically like shorting, longing, and this has been a pretty straightforward day. Been sort of crushing it across the board, so it's been nice. What's my preferred root beer? Dad's root beer. It's the least popular of the lot, but if you know like Dad's root beer, oh, that's the good stuff. That's like classic OG. Between A&W and Barks and IBC, I'd have to say that probably IBC was the one that I liked the most. Bark's probably the least favorite. And A&W probably second favorite. Barks is like tangier. A&W is sweeter. IBC is, I think, like the perfect balance for great value. Root beer is pretty good. I've never had it, but IBC all day. Yeah, IBC, the OG, the brown bottles. Oh yeah, the bottle makes it taste better. I'm in sort of the camp that a good bottle is going to taste better. That's correct. There you go. But yeah, I'm glad I got out of the way of this. But I'm almost 40G on the challenge account. Back to the 500K mark. Dude, I took such a huge hit on Monday going to get those flowers. But I mean, I've been winning every single day since then, so it's been pretty good. You know what's so weird, Slacks? Hold on. Dude, that hold on. You know what's so crazy? YouTube hated whatever that comment was. Not your father's root beer, hard root beer is surprisingly good for having alcohol in it, surprising vanilla and earthy. YouTube actually blocked that comment. What the heck? That's so crazy. Not really sure which part of that very G-rated comment triggered the YouTube algo, but I allowed it. I've had root beer floats are pretty good, but have you ever had, I don't know if you guys have this, there's a beer in Texas. There's a company called St. Arnold's. They're a brewer in Texas and Houston. And St. Arnold's has this every year, you know, people come out with the pumpkin beers, right? They have a pumpkin spice ale called Pumpkinator. It's this huge phenomenon down here. People like wait in line to get it the moment it comes out. They make a small batch of it and it's gone. And people stock up. You get them those giant, what they got, not bomber bottles. What's the name of it? This the big tall bottles. Bomber's the other thing. Anyways, so good. They do this thing. It's Pumpkinator, right? They do this thing where you do Pumpkinator float, and I've had that at a pizza place one time. So it's basically like a stout, essentially. It's thick and black, and it's really, really, really like really potent flavors, like a stout almost. But then it's got that cinnamon and nutmeg and pumpkin flavor in it, and then they just put like a glop of vanilla ice cream on top of it and put cinnamon around the cup. Now, again, all that milk and beer is probably curdling in your stomach, like the shot they call the Irish car bomb. I hate saying words like that because that kind of triggers the YouTube algo, but that's the name of a shot, YouTube. That's not a violent thing I'm saying. It's a shot where you take the Irish whiskey and you put it in you guys have taken those before, right? In college. No quicker way to get sick to your stomach than that shot. Oh my God. And yeah, I've had one of those before, right? Homemade cheese curds. Yeah, exactly. You want to eat a lot of cheese for lunch? There you go. But you know, it tastes good on the way down, the Pumpkinator float. Anywho, with that being said, those are college days when you would have like no care what you'd ingest. You have the darkest comment to make, but I know chat won't like it. I kind of like how you preface that. I kind of want to hear it though. No, I'm just kidding. Is that sucker man? Jeez, Charlie. I'm quoting Always Sunny there. Anyways, okay, so back to the market, right? We had some news come out this morning. It was kind of shocking to see. Let me tell you guys, this is such a huge day. And I learned something about Wall Street today. Let me find out where that thing is posted at. Oh no, this one right here. All right, let's go here. Today was a very shocking day that told me something about December's trading. And I figured out that either A, the Fed is just full of crap or just ignorant, because I tell myself, why since December? Why? Actually, since November. Has the market been, remember when I told you guys back then, I said, the Fed is projecting 2.4% GDP growth within a year from now. Like that's where we expect us to be. Or 2.4% GDP growth every year, right? At that, at a year out from December. Sorry, let me start over. A quarter out from December, they projected 2.4% quarter-over-quarter GDP growth. That's a mouthful to say. Their projections came out with the Fed projections that come out once a quarter. And yet, at that time, we were like, wow, we have good GDP data, good non-farm data, good CPI, and the market's not rallying. What's going on? And it turns out that Wall Street got it right. We were like saying the whole time, Wall Street's getting it wrong. There's something weird going on. Why is the stock market stalling good news and good earnings? Good earnings came out, and yet people were selling highs. What's going on? And then we're like, well, maybe this war in Iran, maybe there was some insiders that knew about that. No, in reality, the answer came to us this morning. In last month, we just kind of overlooked it. You guys ready for this? Wall Street got it right. Because the data is absolute trash, and Wall Street seems to have better models than the Fed to look at this stuff. GDP quarter-over-quarter growth is one of the two telltale signs of a recession. When this is the growth rate. So let me give you guys a little quick lesson on what this math actually means. It's the growth rate. So if something is growing, like an example is if something is speeding up, the quarter-over-quarter growth rate will be greater than 0. When something is flat, there's no growth. So when quarter-over-quarter growth rate is going up, then the GDP itself is exponentially going up, because if the rate is going up, then the curve is curving harder. The curve is curving more curver, if you understand what I'm saying. So when rate goes up, the curve is faster. If GDP growth rate is at 0, the curve is flat. When GDP growth rate is negative, then GDP is coming down. The curve is curvier. It's curvilicious, baby. So whenever it is negative growth rate, it means the GDP is actually going down. And when growth rate gets lower and lower, then it's actually speeding up the decline. So in the telltale sign of what a recession actually is, as most definitions come from, and I'm quoting so many people that say this from the institutional world, but 2 consecutive monthly reports of quarter-over-quarter growth rate being negative is a telltale sign of a recession. Case in point, 2022 was a recession. Tariffs wasn't necessarily a recession, but it certainly created recession-like effects in the market, right? So when you are negative on the growth rate, means GDP is actually coming down. That's part of recession. The other part of recession is unemployment's going up, okay? So high unemployment, low GDP, those are your 2 telltale signs of recession, which makes non-farm and GDP your most important data points when it comes to the economic health. In general sense, all of Wall Street agrees you're in a recession when both of those things are in decline. So back in December, November, when things were getting better and better and better and better and better, Trump announced tariffs, but despite that, 3%, 3.3%, 3.8%, 4%. GDP was accelerating as the growth rate was going up. The actual GDP itself was accelerating. And the Fed comes out in December and says, yes, it is really good. It looks really good. And it's going to be really good next year. And we're all like, it doesn't make sense with the tariffs. How's it so good? And we're just sitting here thinking about it. And we're like, well, maybe there's something we just don't see. Maybe it wasn't that bad. Maybe the price changes didn't get pushed through the customers, and we're not seeing the inflation, nothing. And we were like, okay, well, I guess that is what it is. Let's load up the sales number. Let's go through Let's go through all of it there, right? This is also the sales and the price index. Let's get all of these. So your quarter-over-quarter growth, your price index, and your sales. So a couple of things to talk about, right? The price index since the beginning of the year in 2025. Sorry, hold on. Here. January, February, March. Yeah. So since January, February, March, the GDP price index quarter-over-quarter growth rate is increasing as well. So prices on the GDP index also exponentially going up. GDP sales part of this going down. The time that sales are negative, again, matches when your recession is there, recessionary levels. GDP price index, sales index is down. Also, that same thing. It has been in rapid decline since September. In October is when the stock market peaked. So this is lining up with that data. We just saw this and thought it was noise, but this came in alarmingly bad. I'm talking alarmingly bad. So prices up, sales down, quarter-over-quarter growth rate plunging, which is scary. But it tells you that one thing is that Wall Street got it right, because in October, they've been selling off this market. And despite this, what the heck, we must be going for a utopia of bullishness. Okay. But then all of a sudden, sharply, the numbers came in and we are actually leading towards possible recessionary post tariff effect a year ago when this, God, it's already been a year? Boy, time flew by pretty fast. Has it been a year since it, wait, hold on. It's already March. Oh my God, time accelerates. I swear to God, it feels like a month ago, I was sitting there getting a haircut when the market flew up 10%. Has been a year already? No way. Did I just have a brain fart? Has it been a whole year? Guys, life goes by pretty quick. Holy crap, it's been a year. I feel like I was just sitting here talking to you guys about that. Oh my God. Wow. Oh, I completely lost my train of thought there. What the heck? It's been a year already. Okay. Anyways, I remember that like it was yesterday. Yeah, April 11th, whatever day it was. Crazy. Well, anywho, right. GDP quarter-over-quarter growth rate going towards the negative area. That's not good. So let's check unemployment, right? Thursday, we get the unemployment claims, jobless claims report. So what is a jobless claim, right? Jobless claim are people that file for unemployment from the U.S. Bureau. They get all that data, and people that file for unemployment show up in this report. Jobless claims, initial jobless claims. The minute you get laid off for non-performance reasons from your company, you can apply for unemployment insurance. So this is basically your firing cycle, your layoff cycle based on company health. Not because employees are bad or not good at their job. It's health, right? You have to be laid off for non-performance related reasons. So if you got fired out for slacking, you can't go out there and get unemployment. So the company just lets you go. That's what the government's there for, to help you out. So in this particular case, it's been about 250 to 200,000 is pretty much normal hiring and firing cycles in a good, healthy market. And it hasn't really been that bad since the last recession. And it's not getting worse. We're actually not seeing a wave of like initial layoffs. However, we are seeing something interesting that happened. Let me go back and show you what happened on Thursday. So in Thursday, this is the continuing jobless claims. This is week over week, these data points come out. Initial is somebody's first unemployment filing. If you've ever been on unemployment in your entire life, remember, I got laid off in 2010. That's the first thing I ever did was go out there and collect the government check. Let me tell you how it works. Remember, as a 27, 28-year-old kid filing for unemployment, here's how it works. You go out there, you fill out some you fill up some website form, and then the government asks you questions, and you have to fill it out like every week. And you go in there every week and it says, are you still employed? Are you still unemployed? Are you looking for jobs still? How many job searches have you put in this week? What are the jobs you looked for? And you just fill it out. And then you click OK. And then they send you your whatever it was at the time, like a $1,200 check every week. But every week you had to go fill out this form to tell the government you're still looking, still not looking. Little did I know that later on in life that every week that form that you fill out is this data. That's where it comes from. And so that's kind of neat to know that I was part of that. I learned that, I guess, back in the day when I was a kid. And you can only be on unemployment for like a certain amount of time, then they cut you off. I think it's like 3 months and you got to reapply. I don't know if you can keep going. Memory's been like 20 years almost since then. And, but I think you can be on for like 3 months maybe, and they cut you off, and then you got to reapply or something. And then, so anyways, this is the continuing jobless claims. This is people that week after week are still filing. Is this your first time? Then you're on the other report. If it's your second week and third week and fourth week, you're in this report. So this report is the total sync of individuals needing jobs that are on unemployment. People got laid off, qualified workers that got laid off for non-performance related reasons. This means this is your pool of workers that are ready to take a job and probably good at their job. So this has been coming down, which has been kind of nice because we've been saying, okay, well, the people that have been laid off since the first recession in 2022, right? Remember, we peaked up here, we dipped right back down, and then we were kind of building a little bit and building a little bit and building a little bit, which is kind of normal. And then we started turning down, which is kind of nice. I was really excited to see us turning down. Well, we kind of turned up a little bit. Sort of like here, we sort of stopped coming down, and now it's starting to kind of push up a little bit. And when the JOLTS came out today, which is the last piece of all this, why I'm telling you guys all this, teach you something, is JOLTS are the available job openings for those workers to go in. So if a company creates a job and that job can be filled within 30 days and start within 30 days, and there's active recruiting for that job and there's available worker for that job, then you become what's called a JOLT. And the JOLT is that particular thing. It's a lubricated, like, logistical job flux measurement. So if you're like want to have a remote job in the middle of the desert, middle of nowhere that you can't find a worker for, you're not going to be in the JOLTS. But if you're actively recruiting and there's a vert worker available and you have unemployed people and you have a job and you're trying to get them to meet each other, then you become the JOLTS. And so the JOLTS is a measurement of, a lot of things at once. When JOLTS go up, companies are creating jobs that aren't being filled. When JOLTS come down, companies are filling jobs that they were trying to fill or eliminating the job. It's one or the other, and you got to figure out which one that it is. So the JOLTS have been in decline since January of 20, whatever that is, whatever year that was, 2022. Since the recession, right? JOLTS have been coming down through 2022 due to the recession. Which makes sense, right? Companies are eliminating the jobs. They're laying people off, and that's why the unemployment filings went up. And then companies started eliminating the jobs. They no longer had active jobs. They had 5 accountants. They laid 4 of them off, and they had 4 open jobs. They decided, we don't need them. Let's close that out. So then the JOLTS went down by 4. So when JOLTS go down, it can be good. It can be bad. You have to use the unemployment filings to make that answer. So when the JOLTS have been going down and unemployment is not going down, then those qualified workers aren't finding the jobs. Companies are just eliminating the jobs. Maybe AI is taking over the job. You have to think of stuff like this. Or somebody that wasn't on unemployment got a job, so they fell out of the data set, like new college grads or whatever. Either case, JOLTS have been in rapid decline since that spike post-recession. Now, again, in the recession, post-COVID, you're going to have some weird data that kind of is like an outlier data because this is normally the JOLTS are pre-COVID, right? You had this job creation. Then COVID created this weird effect, and now we're back to pre-COVID levels. The problem is we're back to today lower than pre-COVID levels, which is alarmingly low. And you might say, well, what if we just filled a lot of jobs this last month? I mean, JOLTS have been in a plunge over the last 2 months, 3 months. Companies are eliminating jobs left and right. So they must be getting filled, right? They must be hiring people left and right, but yet the jobless claims are not coming down quick. They're pretty much sitting the same. So when you put 2 and 2 together, this is the most alarming detail next to that GDP growth rate completely collapsing. The fact is the job market is absolutely collapsing. Either 2 things are going on. Either AI is taking a bunch of people's jobs or companies are actually in a worse state than we thought. And this is what I say that Wall Street got it right, because the data is now reflecting what Wall Street has been pricing in since October. End speech / end speech. That's it. It's not just a Iran-based sell-off. That was just the match in the gas tank. The data is coming out borderline recessionary, and it's not looking good. So it's so weird that why was the Fed so bullish on this market? All the data that the Fed projected was that inflation was coming down. And PCE came out today. We didn't even talk about that. And PCE came in just the same. Nothing was different. Nothing really changed there. Let me load these up. Let's look at the core PCE year over year. Core excludes food and energy. And we'll look at the PCE by itself. Put that up there as well. So all the Fed's data points were making very strong assumptions about the health of the economy, yet the data is not there. The forecast at 2.9 on the non-core price index, the non-core, the regular one, came in at 2.8. But look, since tariffs, it's still increasing. The Fed was projecting 2% by 2027. It's not happening. It's getting worse. And the same thing here for the core and the non-core were the same thing. They both project 2% on the Fed's December projections. And this also is up at 3%. It's going completely opposite direction. Let me show you those Fed December projections. You guys like when I teach all this? I'm curious. Do y'all like when I go over this stuff? I know fundamentals are like literally the most boring thing ever. And y'all are like, bro, shut the F up. I know this shit's boring to me too. But you got to learn it. You got to learn it. I know you don't want to learn it, but you got to learn it. So I apologize if y'all don't like it. Let me pop it up real quick. This will be quick, I promise. Do y'all at least enjoy the lesson? Do I at least teach it in a way that makes it easy to understand? That's all that's important. I hate when somebody just goes on and on and on about stuff I don't care about, and then it goes over my head. But fundamentals, you got to kind of learn a little bit of it, and it's important to understand. As a trader, you have to know it. And I know it sucks that you got to learn and read this stuff. It sounds boring, but you got to learn it. Trust me. You will thank yourself later for learning it. I learned it, whatever. So this is December. When Fed came out with this, every quarter they come out with this document, 17 pages, but just look at the summary. That's all you really care about. Forget all this stuff. Look right here at the median. That's about the average. With the Fed in September projected that the real GDP change in real GDP was going to be about 2.3%. In September, they projected it was 1.8. So between September and December, the Fed must have got some kind of, wow, it's a lot better than we thought sort of mentality. And in the longer run, which stretches out over time, they were projecting 2020, to be like 2% and 1%. Like it's going to basically keep going. Unemployment rate, they were like, it's going to go down. In 26, 27, 28, these are the numbers they think. PCE inflation, we got those numbers out today. Fed was thinking by 2026, it'd be at 2.4, and 2027, 2.1. In core, excluding food and energy, was going to be even higher. 3, 2.5, 2.1, etc. We are here, and we are not at 2.4, and we are not at 2.5. As a matter of fact, the September projection thought we were going to be at 2.6, and December came in even better. So between November and December, the Fed was on this, man, we underestimated the market. It's going to be a lot better. But then the real data comes out, and your core PCE has been going up and up and up since the December projection. We got up to 3% and some change, 3.1 now. Inflation going up, jobs eliminated. The unemployment people aren't filling those jobs. Companies are just eliminating the jobs. They're just downsizing. And that's what the data is telling you. And GDP is slowing down. The tariffs long-term effect is full force in this market. We haven't seen the prices really go up because of the tariffs. This is Powell exactly saying this. I don't know who was behind him saying, hey, you better say this, because that sounds completely like they missed the mark 100%. Am I frozen? Am I back? Wait, hold on. My internet's being weird. Hold on. Can you guys see me? Yo, internet's being funky right now. I see me freezing in the... I become a slideshow at this point. Type something in chat if you can see me. I think my internet's being weird. Hold on. Can hear you but not see you. Am I back now? Oh, that's so weird. Let me leave. Hold on. I think like my browser tabs are starting to. Oh, dude, my browser is crashing. That's what's going on. Hang tight. Am I back now? Am I back for good? Hold on. Let me refresh. Hold on for a minute. My camera is freezing. Yeah, I think my browser tab is being weird. All right, chat. Hold on. Hold on. It's not on my end, it's the browser. Let me leave and come back. Hey, producers, I'm gonna leave and come back. Hold on. All right, cut the feed real quick. I'm gonna leave and come back. All right. I don't know, guys. My browser. Here we go. We're back. Go back here. We go. Let's go. My bad. No, so my browser just crashed. It wasn't my internet. Like the browser just sort of froze up, and then I was a slideshow for a minute. Anyways, back to what I was saying. We back. Okay, cool. Oh, sorry about that, guys. I don't close everything out and open it all back up. So we got about maybe 15 minutes left to go on this. But basically what I was saying is that the actual data is coming through. It's not looking, the economy was correctly predicted by Wall Street. And that's kind of what I'm trying to pitch at you guys today. We thought that this December like in December, we weren't seeing liquidation in long positions. People were holding through the noise. We were like, maybe people are just holding through it because, you know, they believe the market's so good. But the data's been coming out worse and worse and worse as the months go by. And the market's been sort of like chopping its way lower instead of crashing lower. But this is leading into a possible fundamental nosedive. It seems like Wall Street has gotten it wrong. Why the bull market halt in October? Well, the data's plunging. GDP is going down. Unemployment is not going down. Jolts are coming down, which means companies are creating fewer jobs. Inflation's going up. It's trending. It's not just a rogue data point or two. It's trending in the recession direction. So, Matt went out to buy milk and is not coming back. Oh, that's so sad. Is the browser using the same technology as the Aston Martin? Yeah, probably. I need to get the software updated. Anyways, bull zone bottom 453. This area is actually NASDAQ's bigger bull support. Liquidity pocket. So longer term liquidity pocket is right here. If you are a bull in this market, you want this level to hold. And S&P at 66, 63 on the dot. Longer term bear zone top is here. We have been consolidating in bear zone territory, which is not good for a bull market. If you are bullish, at least for today, you want this pivot to hold here. And if you are a bear, you are wanting it to close below here so it can gap down and keep trading down on Monday. That's your line in the sand, which is why Wall Street's trying to figure out right now, are we crashing or are we not? Okay. So I'm Groot. That's funny. So you understand where I'm coming from, right? Everybody get it? The idea that Wall Street got it right now concludes my theories. Remember in October, November, December, I'm just like, market's stalling it. I don't know why. Maybe, you know, the government shutdown scared people out. They locked in their profits on such a crazy gain for the year, locked it in. Now they're chilling, waiting for the new year. Maybe the new year will create something. New year came, nothing happened. Started getting all that data coming in after the shutdown, nothing happened. Good earnings came in, nothing happened. People sold the top, sold the top, sold the top. It really just leads me to believe that we're possibly heading for a tariff-induced recession, which is the real answer here. The idea that the tariffs were just not a big deal now seems to explain a lot. We built into this solid bull run through December, believing what the Fed was saying, that the market was reflecting that the data was reflecting positive change and that the pass through to the customer side, retail sales weren't going to be affected because prices weren't going to go up. And it just so happens to be the opposite is happening. We're turning around the other way. We're nowhere close to 2%. We're passing 3% today on PCE. That's the opposite direction. According to the Fed, we'd be at less than 2.5 by today. So at the end of the day, it's sort of like justified why the market's sort of like starting to build momentum to the downside. And now I'm like, okay. But you see how as a trader, you guys get to see me evolve my stance, right? Nobody can predict this stuff or get it right. But the whole time we question it, we ask the right questions, like something's not adding up. Why are we not rallying? We should be rallying. Great earnings. Why are the stocks popping and then selling off? Why is December like the worst trading month I've really ever had? Maybe we are seeing a transition into a bigger bear market. Maybe we're seeing a transition into another baby recession. I hate to use the R word. I hate to wish doom and gloom on the economy, but all the factors are there and all the data supports it. So now you can look at it and say, well, it looks like Wall Street did get it right. There's a question for Matt. I consider it good discipline to lock yourself out if you had a good week, so you don't have to go on Friday and don't consider that fear. Okay. So 2 schools of thought, right? Fantastic question, by the way. I'm glad you asked that. It's always a good question, right? When you're on a hot streak, do you need to limit yourself so that you don't do something stupid? The real answer is, are you the kind of person that does something stupid? In real trading, let me give you the more correct answer, but the more applicable answer after that. The more correct answer is don't do that. There's something called the hot hand fallacy, which states that, it's the free throw fallacy. you make 2 or 3 baskets in a row, then people are more likely to bet that you make the next one because they believe that you are on a streak. They believe that your previous things affect the next one, and you've won before, you're going to win again. But statistically, the average is if you have a 50% win rate of hitting the basket, you've made 3 in a row, statistically, you should start betting the other way that you're going to miss. That's the more appropriate bet because statistically that's correct. But in reality, people bet into a streak believing that it has magic powers. That's what the hot hand fallacy is. And so believing that because you're doing good, you're going to keep doing good is bad. Now, believing because you've been doing good and you're limiting yourself to not do bad because you think you're going to do bad, then that's actually applicably a good answer because statistically, after 3 or 4 winning days, you should be losing one statistically. It doesn't mean you will be, but statistically, that's the right answer. Now, there's no real mechanism for what a week is or what a day is. Those things are meaningless in trading. Do you want to close green for the week? Why a week? Why not 3 days? Why not 12 days? You know, we just pick arbitrary timeframes like they mean something. The real correct answer is to not have your previous trades affect your next one and just keep trading every time you have an opportunity, no matter what. Because the market gives you an opportunity. If you've lost 3 or 4 trades and you're afraid to take your next opportunity, then you're going to lose as a trader. For someone, as I learned, even if I've taken 3, 4, y'all saw me with like a 7 or 8 day losing streak back in December. I still hit the market with the same intensity every day. Even though I lost, I didn't say, man, I'm losing, I'm just going to sit out. Part of being a good trader, once you get over the hill and you're doing this well, is you don't have conventions like that because you want to master not having to think like that. Early on, you need to think like that though. If it makes sense to you to close green on the week psychologically, then that's the perfect answer. So do it. Does that make sense? If you need to take that break so that you come back Monday feeling great, so next week you're not weird or tilted, and you think that if you go in today and take a loss, it's going to mess you up upstairs, then yeah, then sit out. So if you do get emotional, the applicable answer is yes, you must do that. In reality, once you become a trading robot 20 years into the game, you'll never think streaks. You might be losing 8 days in a row. Day 9, you're still hitting it just the same because you know you're going to eventually beat the game if you have a winning trading strategy or have a good win rate. Does that make sense? So the answer to that question is yes and no. Where you are, probably yes is a good idea. You don't want to come back on Monday. You don't want to have a bad weekend, bro. You don't want to have like a terrible weekend. You don't want to not feel happy to celebrate the weekend. You're on a high. You're feeling good. And anytime you feel anything, you want to stop. Take a break. Not a bad idea. Yeah, but there's no real like, and the bigger answer to that is there's no anything like let me be green for the day. I always say don't try to be green for the day when you're red. People overtrade because it means something to them just to be green by the end of the day. Your tax return at the end of the year doesn't care about Monday, March the 15th. You know what I'm saying? The day doesn't matter. The week doesn't matter. Just kind of like the year matters, right? So on a sense, we create these like psychological constructs. Like I'm only going to be happy if I'm finished. If I finally close green for the day, phew, I'm green for the day. Thank God I'm relieved. But what does that matter, right? Who cares if you're green today or tomorrow or the next day? It doesn't matter when you make it back. But somehow we believe that we got to finish the day positive because we're uncomfortable with spending time away from the market knowing that we've lost. That's really the thing, right? It's because you have to stop trading and go about your day. You want that relief of pressure to just be over so that you can go about your day happy. That's why we create those constructs. Weekends as well. God, I don't want to finish the week green or red because that's going to mess up my weekend. In reality, when you start to master trading, you're okay with that feeling. I'm red for the day, cool. And then you go on with your life like it doesn't feel any sort of way. So I don't ever go Monday night when I'm red and then go out and then have a bad day and I'm mean to people and I'm just irritable. You master that feeling such that you don't have to set psychological limits to what you do. You want to master that feeling, but it takes years to master that feeling. Be comfortable with being uncomfortable with it. Because you think a lot, you want to be okay with that feeling, but you're not. Yeah. And you can't just like wake up and be like, I'm cool with that feeling. It takes like many, many, many years of trusting that you'll do better over like, it takes many years to trust that you're good at this, right? And you're like, okay, I'm good at this. I don't even care. I have a down weekend, whatever. Next week, I'll probably make it. I'll make that and then some. And I'm okay with being down. It takes a long time to like build that trust in yourself and build that mastery. Don't think you'll get it quickly. And that's why I say it's a good question to ask, because as you get better with it, a day is not going to matter. And when you start getting really good at trading, you'll take 1 loss, then 2 losses, then 3 losses, then 4 losses, and you're not scared to push the button on that 5th trade. Other side of the coin, you win and you win and you win and win. You're not like, you know what, I'm probably going to lose. Let me not trade. You should take the best answer in trading is that you should take every opportunity that is a good opportunity, no matter what. And if you're losing money, just trade smaller. If you're making money, maybe you can trade bigger. But the opportunity is going to present itself. You got to be able to be prepared for it, no matter how you feel. You want to not feel anything when the opportunity arises, right? I love that question, because it kind of talks about how you evolve as a trader. Early on, yeah, you might need to feel green for the day so that you don't go outside and be kind of like an asshole to your wife or something, right? Or like you're mad, you're mean to your kids, or you go to your job, you're like salty and everybody fucking knows it and they hate you because you're that salty person all the time because you went to bed on the red trade and you couldn't get over it. Then you're going to have to do things like that to prevent yourself from ruining the things in your life that are stable, right? Hopefully that makes sense. Yeah. So until you got that emotional game in check, where like me, you know, when I took a 200K hit, like the Flowers 200K hit, I didn't go mope around the house. I wasn't in a bad mood. I think IDOC and I cooked dinner and did a puzzle and just had a good time. Part of your mastery in trading is mastering that emotional game. You're just never in a bad mood. Then you don't have to think about stuff like that. But early on, you're going to have to think about stuff like that, because you always want to protect the life outside of trading more than anything, because that's your support system. If you have an important weekend coming up and you're green and you don't want to like go into the weekend feeling bad because that means something to you and you haven't mastered that I can still go smile even though I lost money feeling, then yeah, stop yourself. And the rule is anytime you feel something, stop yourself trading. Feel too happy, feel too sad, stop yourself. Feel worried, stop yourself. Over time, you don't have the feelings and you don't have to stop yourself. When you do have the feelings, don't be too eager, but don't be too scared. Operate kind of in that middle of the range and you'll be good. Yeah. Yeah, it's a good question. So your answer, I can't tell you what to do, like as a trader. Well, I actually can't give you investment advice, but as answering the question in general, you answer your own question. If you feel that you need to do it, then you always need to do it. That's a fantastic question. I have 3 minutes left. Well, guys, it's been fantastic. I hate to say it, but the way the data is trending, unless something magically changes, I believe the Trump tariffs, I'm now stating it on 3/13/2026, I'm fully convinced that the Trump tariffs had a greater impact than we ever thought that they would on the global economy, and even catalyzed by this war right now and the stock market tumbling even further. I never thought I'd be saying this so close to 2022, but it looks like we are heading towards another recession. And I hope to God we don't, because this one will be bigger than the last one, because right now, most of Wall Street does not believe that's going to happen. Some of Wall Street got it right and started pricing it in, and now the data is starting to plunge. Let's hope that GDP growth doesn't go negative, fingers crossed, and something happens. But the inflation's starting to climb and nobody getting jobs and nobody creating jobs, it's looking kind of scary for the economy. It's early warning signs. It's not like I'm talking like in 2 or 3 months, everybody's gonna get laid off. Early warning signs, meaning that 2026 can be like a 2022 where the market's sort of waving down months at a time, to prepare for that. So I won't be streaming after this, but Neon on my channel will be. So guys, head over to my channel. Maybe the mods can post a link here really quick. I gotta go. But we'll be live on Rocket Scooter stream. So we have our own stream that we do. You guys can come hang out with us all afternoon. We got a giveaway. We'll do MyFundedFutures giveaway as well today. Don't forget on the way out, you're 30% off your pro plan for existing users. One of the best prop plans out there. It's my favorite here at MyFunded. I love Pro. It's my favorite one. Check that out on the way out. Don't forget. And I got to go. It is Friday, so no Stephen K today, but our afternoon, come over to our channel. We should be live. My boy Neon will be there streaming. I'll be hanging out in chat. Be a good time. We appreciate you guys being here, and I love that y'all hang out with me while I give you the boring fundamentals. I try to make it fun, as fun as you can. Make the boring data, but you have to learn it, and we try to make sure that it kind of sinks in. But the goal as a trader is not just to like read it, but to project in the forecast. As a trader, you want to speculate. To win at this game, you want to guess better than the next guy. And now it seems like, you know, our suspicions were confirmed from last year, right? I hate to believe that we're heading for a recession unless something happens with the tariffs or whatever. I don't know. It may be like a mild one. I don't think it's going to be a bad one like a 2008, but mild, like slow growth, people getting laid off. It's never good. We hate that stuff. Anyways, I'll see you later. Have a fantastic weekend, you guys, and we'll see you all on Monday. Don't forget to come to our channel and like the stream, and don't forget to hit the sub button here on the way out. We hit 60.6 subs. That's awesome. Neon's a great addition to the team. Oh, he's fantastic, man. He's great. Made a home run with that guy. Okay, we'll see y'all later. I'm out. Have a good day.